Hello, good morning, and welcome along to the MODUS Super Series. It is Tuesday here at the Live Lounge in Porto, our traditional moving day, and it could be a day full of moving and shaking the way the middle part of the table is taking shape. And this is what happened on day one. It's a disappointing first stage for Colin McGarry here at the MODUS Super Series. The star of the world seniors picked up just one win from 5 on Monday. As for Bram van Dijk, well, there were signs of improvement as the day went along. A 4-1 win against McGarry was his only success. For Neil Duff, he would have felt like there was more points left out there. One of his 2 victories, though, against Bram came with this 1-2-6 checkout. Well, Matt Clark did what Matt Clark does here at the Super Series yesterday. 3 wins from 5, ultra consistent and very much in the mix. Michel van der Horst narrowly missed double 12 for a 9 darter. He also hit a big fish. He won 4 from 5 to go joint top. With the man of the day, John Worsley, 3 averages in excess of 90, a ton plus average to finish, and a 158 to boot against Neil Duff. He's on 8 points. And we were watching all the action in the company of Mace the Ace himself, Chris Mason. And Chris, what a day it was yesterday in particular for John Worsley.
Yeah, he played very well. Head and shoulders above everyone else in terms of averages. Averaged nearly 94 for the day. That's top quality stuff here at the Super Series. It was some 8 points in front of the rest of the field, or his closest rival, which was Michel.
Well, he said, didn't he, going into yesterday, that he didn't quite know what kind of form he was going to be in. He said that he didn't practice that much, but we've seen him play to these levels before, and you've got a little glint in the eye. You know what a dart player's like. Yeah,
listen, he's quality. I rate him every time he's come down here. He produces. I do understand he's got a pub, so it is. You think, well, I'm in a pub, there's a dartboard. You've got plenty of time to practice. Unfortunately, you don't, and I know that firsthand. But I think early stages, he's just suffered on the outer ring. Once he got that right, he never looked like he was going to get beat.
But he is tied for the lead at the top of the table with Michel van der Horst. This is how the table looks for in the first day's play. And it has to be said, we've seen Michel here before, but there was a big improvement of performance compared to last time yesterday.
Yeah, he played okay. He averaged, well, very close to 86 for the day yesterday, which is sort of in and around what seasonal numbers you can find for him. I think Matt Clark will be disappointed in his levels yesterday. He averaged under 84 for the day, and that's not like Matt Clark. And Neil Duff slowly but surely started to play himself into a bit of form. The one who will be shocked to only pick up 2 points, of course, will be Colin McGarry.
Is Neil Duff the one, when we look at Tuesday moving days, the one that will most possibly make the biggest indent?
Yeah, I think Neil and Colin will have a big push today. They're going to have to. Because John and Michel could well pull clear at the top of the table. They may only be playing for that one spot. It's going to be a tough day, though. They're quite, outside of John Worsley, they're quite evenly matched.
Well, let's see how the bookies responded to yesterday's action. John Worsley yesterday went off as the favourite, and now a very heavy favourite to go on and win the group. 5-4 with the odds compilers. Matt Clark, second favourite at 11-4. Michel van der Horst at 3-1. Is Matt Clark maybe the value bet if John Worsley steps off it today? Yeah,
possibly. He just doesn't look quite in his best form at the moment, so it might be worth looking at someone like Neil Duff or Colin McGarry at 16-1. That's a real big price. I understand why he is 16-1, but he could well, listen, he could go through the card today and tomorrow, and that 16-1 will vanish.
Well, that is how the odds look today. Let's see what the bet builder's saying on this Tuesday morning. It's a 4.5-1 treble. The Van der Horst Matt Clark game to go over 5.5 legs. Over 1.5 180s in the Matt Clark Bram van Dijk game, and Neil Duff to beat Matt Clark there at 4.5-1. What's your thoughts on this bet builder, Mace?
Yeah, and this is an accumulation, of course, of the most popular bets on the exchanges, and I don't know why, because that's awful. There you go.
New year, but Mace's love for the bet builder has never changed. 18 plus, and by the sounds of what Mace is saying, begambleaware.org. Right, let's get into our first game of the day. It sees Michel van der Horst in action up against Matt Clark, and Michel van der Horst narrowly missed double 12 for a 9 darter in this fixture yesterday, and early on this morning I caught up with him. Michel, first day back at the MODUS Super Series, 4 wins under your belt. You must have been very satisfied with the way you played.
Yes, I feel comfortable what I do. Yes.
As you say, you won those 4 games, but also You nearly treated to that 9 dart, just clipping that double 12.
On the wire, yeah. Was a bit pity, but...
At what point of that leg did you begin to believe, yes, this could be on?
I did 2 180s and I thought, plop, but missed.
When you released that double charge, did you feel like it was in because it was that close?
He feels good when I let the dart go, but he didn't get in, so next time better.
Well, we saw you here previously, didn't we, here at the Super Series, and you made it into Group C, didn't quite qualify. What did you learn from that time which you took into this experience?
I have hang the dartboard on and I go practicing a lot, and that's why it's now better than that before.
You want an ADC qualifier to get to the Super Series. Playing it before, did that give you that extra bit of motivation because you've been here before, you just so wanted to be back?
Yes, I want this, I like this, so yes.
Well, it's been great seeing you yesterday. Wish you all the very best of the week, Michel. Good luck.
Thank you.
And Michel van der Horst finds himself in action up against Matt Clark, who won 3 from his 5 fixtures on day 1. Superman, who's looking to join Steve West in making it 4 appearances at Champions Week here in Series 6. Describing all of the action for you on this Tuesday morning, it's a very good morning to Glenn Durrant, who's alongside Chris Mason.
Yeah, good morning, Henry. And I've known Michel van der Horst for a long time. And I think that's the most I've ever heard him speak there. I was interested to see why his form has picked up since his previous time at the MODUS Super Series. But if you haven't, or you weren't with us yesterday, this man in your picture was a really good player on the BDO circuit. Actually played in the Grand Slam of darts. He played at Lakeside. And he's got, demonstrated his qualities yesterday. But this man is a stereotypical MODUS Super Series legend at the moment. He just knows how to come here. He knows how to get through the week, and he knows how to win games. We saw glimpses of the real Matt Clark yesterday. I think he probably left at an okay start, and I think he'll have a really
35.
Big determination to come out today and hit Michael like he did in the last game last night. I'm joined by Chris Mason this afternoon. How do you see it today?
I think Michel had a bit of a blessed day yesterday. Averaged 83 for the day, yet
101.
finds himself joint top of the table. His opponent 85-68 for the day. Yeah, only picked up 3 wins.
42.
But did inflict the only defeat on Michel van der Horst. That was our final game of the session yesterday. It was a fairly low-key affair, with Matt Clark winning it 4-2, but the
60.
element of his game which was on point in that match was the finishing 4 from 8, 50%.
Yeah, those last games of the day, they can sort of go under the radar a little bit, but the importance of Matt Clark, he could do the double.
100.
That would be my motivation if I was stepping up first.
It's a 4-pointer, isn't it, effectively, because you get to do it again first game next day.
I always feel the importance is on this game, the first game of the day. A lot of the players will be watching. How's Matt playing today? And Michel replicate what he did yesterday.
99.
Whereas it just seemed to go under the radar, that match yesterday. I thought Clark was superb in that last match.
Yeah, it sets the tone for your day, I think. If you make a winning start, you're a lot more positive.
58.
A lot more positive energy when you're in and around the other players in the practice room, where if you start your day with a defeat, it can just mentally bog you down a bit.
Michel was often known for his dodgy shirt. He's not one
100.
for ever wearing a dart shirt, per se. Yeah, I think that was the one that was on my curtains this morning today, Michel.
58. Matt, you require
when you eventually open
141.
I was asking for that one, wasn't I? There's 61 left. Now, with your opponent on 2-8, the natural way to go is the centre of the board.
95.
That is very sensible play.
Yeah.
We saw a fewer times yesterday, Mace, where they were going for that 25 and hitting the bull.
Yeah, and you don't want to be on 11, don't you? So much can go wrong. You can hit treble 3 or
84.
you
Matt,
could
you
not hit the 3
require
at all.
46.
Especially at 9:30 on it's 20 to, approaching 20 to 10. Not the most natural time to be
Game shot on the
darts, but
first leg.
he made that look
Matt
very
Clark.
easy with a a very tidy 17 dart break of throw.
Second leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, I think Van der Horst slightly overachieved yesterday. Though did go very. Saying that, he did take a 170 out, and well, the thickness of a hair away from hitting a
97.
9-darter. But when you actually break down his numbers, I think he was a bit fortunate yesterday.
And it stemmed from the very first match he played against Colin McGarry. He was in total
93.
control against him and just hit the skids. And Michelle lived a little bit of a charmed life yesterday. And I think that's the reason the bookies saw that too. And
Yeah,
with him being third favourite today, I think that's reflected in what they saw also.
61.
yeah, I'll certainly be amazed if Matt Clark doesn't improve today in terms of his overall numbers.
59.
And same for Colin McGarry. He averaged 83.77 for the day. He's a much better player than that.
Oh, absolutely. He'll have been pretty gutted the way he played yesterday. Colin McGarry is a superb player, and I've always been a big fan. And
93.
that stemmed a lot from his throw. I think there's an awful lot more to come from Colin McGarry. He's on debut. I mean, that'll be his defence there. He could come out really firing today.
Yeah,
40.
and I do. I think it takes takes a day just to get your head around getting up this early and preparing, getting the sleep pattern right.
Yeah, I think that's a good shout there, actually, Mace, because you mentioned there 20 to 10 on a Tuesday. Well, you know, these guys will have
80.
been here a couple of hours as a dart player. You can't just rock up 15 minutes before this game and expect to play your best. You know, they'll have a routine. Many of you watching now will play the Super Leagues, will play the
59. Matt, you
development
require
tours where you need those couple of
170.
hours. So, you know, their day starts as early as 6 a.m. really, and getting themselves ready, showered at the right time.
Yeah, that's what time I was getting up every day. Was 6, and I was more often than not the first one through the door.
134.
I was in Merv King mode.
Oh, that was brilliant, that video, wasn't it? When they had him going to the venue the night before when he was on first the next day. This is a superstar from Matt Clark and Michelle Van der Horst.
100.
The start
Matt,
he
you
didn't
require
want.
36.
A chance for a very, very early, tidy 2-0 lead.
Double 18.
Game shot on the second leg.
Back-to-back
Matt
17
Clark.
darters, Glenn. He will be more than happy with that right now.
Yeah,
Third
I'm
leg,
sure
it's
Matt
Michelle
watches
to
and
throw
says, I bet they're
first.
talking
Game
about
on.
how slow I play, how methodical, da-da-da. He's really solid. But all them tick the box for this performance so far. Just round about the 90 average, 217 darters, dictating the pace.
121.
He looks good. He has all the skills and attributes, Matt. He's a really solid performer. I mean, it's 27, 28 years now since he beat Barney at Lakeside. And you know, that was the first time I ever saw Superman on the stage.
Yeah, when he's
60.
absolutely on it, I quite like watching him because he's so measured.
There's a lot of young people we talk to now, Mace, go to many academies, and you can learn an awful lot from Matt Clark. I mean, a lot
140.
of the younger players now, they're so Michael Smith, they want to play rapid, they want to have that rhythm. But the focus and determination from this man has to be admired.
'81.
Sharp has a good cushion here to get his first leg on the board, but feels like the damage is already done in this match.
68.
He's a break of throw down.
I won an ADC tournament, did Michelle. Like I said, I go back to about 2016. I was regularly seeing Michelle. He's not someone you
100.
wanted to play on the tour. Big scorer, very understated. You could just see there with his interview. His English isn't great, but you clearly see there that he's practicing more to come back. He loves this environment in the MODUS Super
60.
Series. And like many of the players who've come over from ADC Europe, you know, they've been at the very top. We've seen Benito van der Pas, Sven Verdonk, you know, players who were played to a high level in the WDF system, PDC system, and using this as a platform to get where they once were.
60. Michelle, you require
Yeah,
112.
it's a great tool for that, just to see where you are, not just fundamentally with regards to your throw, but where you are mentally, how you're handling
25.
pressure.
Yeah, the shoulders went down there a bit, Mace. That's his third bounce out in this match. Glasses are off. Isn't that what Clark Kent used to do? Or
140. Michelle, you require 87.
on the 17s, that's perfect. We've just seen it. Matt Clark hit this double 18.
Game shot
Just
on
had
the
to
third
double check for a
leg.
second there,
Michelle
Mace.
van
That
der Horst.
first one was in, but we said the game was pretty much over because Matt Clark is one of those players when he gets in front,
Fourth leg, it's
it's
Matt to
very,
throw
very
first.
difficult
Game
to
on.
overtake. But fair play to Michelle.
Well, this is the key leg in a race to 4, and Matt Clark straight in the treble 20s.
100.
He's so aware of playing this best of 7 and just playing this system. All the intricacies of managing his stage time.
100.
He's very patient. He's very dedicated. Very thorough. That pre-throw
That's
routine.
the word.
Yeah.
Thorough.
And that pre-throw routine doesn't change. You won't be rushed for anybody. And as a methodical player myself,
82.
those times I try to speed up. You know, sometimes you read boring Glenn, slow, methodical. Then you suddenly try to speed up a little bit to appease others. Matt Clark won't.
100.
Bank account ain't boring though, pal, is it?
Then now I've seen me solicitor. I'm not letting my wife open my bank statement again.
So if he's going to miss, that's pretty perfect for him. And you could just see to himself, come on.
26.
And that's some rare wild ones for Matt Clark.
Spot on, Merce. Very competitive day yesterday. Like I
81.
said, it's a moving Tuesdays, a term we use, and like I said, it was ultra competitive. Not an awful lot to separate the players, and each win will feel doubly nice today. It'll be interesting to see what the table looks like at the end of play today. I think this man will be involved.
121.
Yeah, he'll be well in the mix. Perfect dart for him. No surprise to see him follow it. And give us our first max.
180.
To be on the verge of that all-important break back. What a time to hit the max when you're on 220.
Well, he was the biggest 180 hitter yesterday with 8. So he adds nicely to that collection.
100.
Let's be
Michelle,
honest
you
with you.
require 40.
The pair of us sat in this comments box pretty much written him off when Matt Clark went 2-0 up. Well, this is for parity. That's a bit wild.
20.
Yesterday, they were going in,
Matt, you require 72.
or he was getting another bite at the cherry.
And Matt Clark 2 from 3 on the outer ring. Sharp intake of breath. Clinical.
Middled, isn't it?
Just look what he does. I mean, it's, no doubt he'll let us down here,
Game
but
shot on the
absolutely
fourth
not.
leg. Matt Clark.
That is absolutely Matt Clark there. Just the way he approached the hockey. He then sucked in the air to get rid of all
Fifth
those
leg, it's
nerves
Michelle
and
to
that bit
throw
of tension
first.
in the
Game
body.
on.
Smashed in the treble 16. Just stood back for what probably seems like an age. And absolutely clinical on the double 12. That was
96.
superb. And how to finish on 72.
Been aware of the situation there because could have so easily been 2-2.
100.
And then it would have been a big advantage to Van der Horst. That 72 was made to look very, very easy. He's a bit like a swan.
100.
Looks serene above the water. Underneath, I'm sure his feet were paddling at 100 mile an hour.
But he would never show you it, and so many
No.
players would do that.
$100. $80.
Clark still hovering around that 90 in terms of average. The number that,
I was about to say, miss, it's never moved, does it?
125.
and that's the kind of number I expect him to be hovering around. Yep, 90.76, 10 front of Van der Horst.
50.
Yeah, it used to be the benchmark, the 90 average for players of the era of myself and Matt Clark. I mean, it's obviously been smashed ever since then. But it's
Well, yeah,
just
so,
really
so,
solid.
so have the boards, though, Glenn.
Yes, I remember your video. I remember your video very, very clearly.
100.
It was a
I'd
premier.
love to. I know we're going to do some specials here at the Super Series. I'd like to see someone try and recreate the old boards and give them a day on those, and let's see the numbers.
Good shout, but I think we're only 8 left too.
165. Matt, you
Well, we
require
saw the
76.
perfect execution on the 72. And these are the type of finishes that I harp on so much in this seat. Been almost perfect today is Matt Clark. 3 from 4 in the outer ring. Once again, just takes his time on the big 16. No histrionics. Lovely and professional. Sucks in the air. This is for the match.
Game,
And that
shots,
is
and the match.
absolutely
Matt
perfect. A round of
Clark.
applause even from Chris Mason here in the core commentary box. And that was ultra professional Matt Clark. And as Henry alluded to at the beginning, Matt Clark does what Matt Clark wants to do. And for Michel van der Horst, that's just a realisation that these players are up to get him. He's got the target on his back today. But Matt Clark, that was very, very nice. 90.56. Excellent on the outer ring. 4 from 5. Absolutely perfectly executed. And next up, it's a big game already for Neil Duff. He plays John Worsley.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Matt Clark got the better of Michel van der Horst by 4 legs to 1. So van der Horst, who won his first 4 games, has now lost his last 2. Next up to bat then, John Worsley, who was the player of the day statistically yesterday, having won 4 from 5. He takes on Neil Duff, the Duff man who picked up just 2 wins from his opening day. But a player of his calibre you expect to kick on day 2. What's he going to do in his first match? Let's find out. Glenn Dowen, Chris Mason.
Thank you, Henry. Yeah, it was performance of the day yesterday for John Worsley. Averaged 100.08, 4 out of 6 on the doubles, a 158 finish amongst many other ton plus outs yesterday. It was a good day for the ton plus finishes. Neil Duff averaged 86.36, had a couple of 180s himself, and he was perfect on the doubles when he got a go. 2 from 2. Interestingly, the bookies go 5 to 6 each of 2, which does surprise me on reflection
First
of
leg, it's Neil to throw
both of their
first.
performances
Game
across
on.
the day yesterday. As we've already mentioned, 93.4 the average for the day for John Worsley. Neil Duff, 84.42. Well, Glenn is of the feeling that we're going to see a
140.
different Neil Duff today, but I fancy Worsley at 5 to 6.
Yeah, we had a good chat just before the match started. The surprise, I said I'm not surprised. And the reasons behind that, I think, one, we'll see a better Neil Duff today.
137.
And two, the fact he's got the dart in this match in a best of 7 as well. So that's my reasoning behind the fact I have a feeling that this man may win the match. So
100.
we all know my tipping skills. I got one right out of 417 yesterday.
85.
Just another quick mention there about Matt Clark. I thought when we look at the all-round game of players, that was a real masterclass of finishing there. 4 from 5 on that outer ring. He looked
100.
really solid. He's
And 2 clutch finishes, wasn't it? The 72 and then the 76 were just so clinical.
And that is, you give me that over any 180, any 10
77. Neil, you require
I
161.
built a career on those types of finishes.
I think he'll go for it with Worsley back on
97.
202. So down to 64 after 12. A very encouraging start this from Neil Duff.
Encouraging also for Worsley as well.
58. Neil, you require 64.
Starting the 16s. This is where you find out what their preferred double is. Tops for Duff.
Game shot on the first leg. Neil
Well,
Duff.
this is night and day in terms of where he was yesterday. John Worsley's opening match
Second
of the
leg,
day
it's John to throw
was
first.
a win
Game
against
on.
Matt Clark. A good Matt Clark as well, who averaged 91.43. A lot of missed doubles in there. There was 6 doubles hit out of 25 attempts. Neil Duff, although he got a win against Bram full
125.
he had to take out that 126 to get it done, and he only averaged 78.12, which is a big surprise to see him
140.
playing at this level at the same time as yesterday. But maybe he's come into this week, maybe after a bit of time off, he's playing himself into form.
180.
Play to Worsley. Maybe me and Neil Duff have something in common. Maybe we had a good night's sleep.
100.
Beautiful game. Very early in the match, and giving all the plaudits there to Neil Duff, but Worsley's just quietly but
100.
effectively getting on with the job. He's averaging fantastic numbers very early in this game.
We just had a 15 dart hold from Duff. Worsley down to
85.
96
John, you
after
require
9.
96.
A possible 11 darter.
The reason he's stopping there is something that we'll, fantastic camera work that we do have. He has this really flat dart. Normally, you would think that type of dart is absolutely perfect for most players. Certainly would for Duff.
56.
But like a good golfer, he lays up very nicely, and he's got the putter out.
Going to be under the pump.
136.
Neil Duff's left a double
John, you
after
require
12 himself.
40.
Again, with that flat dart, has to move.
Game shot on the second leg. John Worsley.
Left it late, but got the job done. Interesting there as well, Glenn. He stepped to the
Third
right
leg, it's Neil to
to
throw
take
first. Game on.
different line of attack at the tops, but didn't move back for the double 10.
You read my mind there, Merce.
100.
I was about to say lazy last start. He should have got himself back into where he stood now. Sometimes a little bit of frustration when you miss a couple of darts at a double. You get a little bit lazy and you throw from when you've moved across.
56.
He got away with it for me.
Yeah, you see a lot of players do that. Fascinate me why they don't go back to their original position of where they would
85.
always aim at the double from, which is their starting position.
Super from Worsley. Absolutely superb.
125.
Both bringing the best out of each other right now. That's why it was 5-6, the pair going off. No one can really separate these.
No, so far, the
140.
bookies got this one spot on. Looking back, historically here,
123.
Neil Duff's performances usually his worst performance of the day comes in match 1.
60.
However, when he does play in Group B, that's not the case. I don't think he's a morning person.
139.
Yeah,
Neil, you
not easy.
require
Tell you
160.
what, Worsley continues to impress. This 116 has to go. It's treble 19 needed. Doesn't get it. Advantage Worsley. You just see him in the
58.
background there, just
John, you
double
require
checking the score.
58.
Checking his darts. Hits the big number. Big dart doesn't need to move this time.
38.
What an
Neil,
opportunity.
you require 58.
See by the reaction, the disappointment, the frustration. Double turn.
48. John, you require 20.
Funny old game, isn't it?
Game shot on the third leg. John Worsley.
That's the all-important breaker throw that Worsley
Fourth leg,
needs
it's John to throw
win this
first.
match, of
Game
course.
on.
Both squandering opportunities in leg 3.
Yep, now we'll see how Neil Duff is feeling. Because that'll be hurt him. Waitley turns round and sees this.
180.
His second.
Couple of flights have gone off as well there, so it's really nice. They're bringing the best out of each other.
85.
We nearly had a moment of magic yesterday from Michel van der Horst with a 9 darter, but Worsley, the only focus he's got right now is the 2 points, because he would then go back
38.
to the players area. First player in double digits on 10 points. So that's the
Yes.
carrot at the moment.
He has had 9 perfect darts on that stage, hasn't he?
Yes.
60.
And turned around to Henry, if I remember rightly, his 9 practice starts. Didn't Taylor do that once as well?
Yes, he did, yeah. In a Premier League night.
I'll be impressed if you can tell me another. I
66.
just remembered another one who did it. Polish Eagle. Remember
Yes.
Christoph Rytachki doing it. Didn't flinch.
Was that in the match play?
100.
At Blackpool. I'm not sure. I remember him not flinching whatsoever.
Yes.
I'd have been like John Worsley.
$140.
Scoring power in this one. Been outstanding.
There's been a good version of Neil Duff, but he's been brushed aside again.
Yeah, mid-90s for Duff.
100. John, you require 77.
Better than anything he produced yesterday.
19's the start. Big 18. He's been good on the big numbers. Smack bang in the middle.
37.
Actually
Neil,
seen
you
the wire
require
bend there, didn't you?
156.
Yes. Needs another.
Yeah, I think the reason we both felt like yesterday was absolutely phenomenal of
140.
finishes.
John, you require 40.
Duff did have a 1-2-6.
Gary had a 156 himself. This is for
Game
3-1.
shot on the fourth leg.
It is.
John Worsley.
In the tops. That's 3 legs on the spin for Worsley.
Fifth leg, it's Neil to throw first.
Averages are still very good.
I think, I'll tell you what, that's the best 94.58 I've seen. I was expecting to see
40.
100 average when I looked up there. It's been a really proficient performance here from Worsley. Looks in tip-top shape again today. Remember, this is a man who said he hasn't been practicing. He's got his pub in Chepstow. He just hasn't got the time.
140.
Didn't really know, but yes, actually felt that he could be one of those players to play himself into form. Right now, this is winning week form.
100.
I think sometimes as well, when you have lower expectations, it takes a bit of pressure off and allows you to play with a bit more freedom, and you start feeling that everything else is a bit of a bonus.
45.
Yeah, could be a long day for Neil Duff. I didn't really appreciate till last week how difficult it is to go back to that players area when you realise you've got about an hour to wait and you've had
100.
a couple of losses under the belt and you can see yourself mid-table.
$60.
Yeah, we had polar opposites in the practice room last week. I think Conan Whitehead threw about 9 darts the whole day. Chris Landman just never left the board. 3 hours non-stop.
100.
Yeah, Conan, not the biggest practicer in the world.
What did he do when he played me? First 3 darts? 180. I'd been on the
96.
board an
Now
hour
we require
26.
161.
Well, the shot's off for Duff, but Cam Worsley wrap it up with a 160. He took 160 out against Bram yesterday in a
65.
4-2 win.
John, you
match
require
number 9.
160.
And the way he's playing, who's to doubt this won't go either? Not to beat.
Two treble 18s was a shot there to leave 32 for me. An open target.
60. Neil, you require 96. $36. John, you require 100.
A little bit scruffy there from Duff. You could tell by his facial responses there. Options here for Worsley. Is he looking at tops? Certainly was. All he can do is leave
60.
it pretty.
Neil,
And
you
the
require
pressure
60.
is deep on Duff.
Yeah, and he does have the insurance of knowing he has the darts in the next leg. Double 10.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Super
Neil
finish.
Duff.
Keep this one alive.
Again, I was watching the response from Worsley.
6th leg.
This
It's John to
fascination
throw
of watching
first. Game on.
people's body language and demeanours there. Was frustrated when that double 10 went in. And he take that frustration on the board. And for Neil Duff, he's made a strong stuff, but he has to break this man if he's going to win this match.
43.
Chance.
Yeah, the treble 20s are just drying up for Worsley.
$100.
Can't keep a good man down for long.
123.
Bit of a deflection there.
That's perfect.
Yeah, just in a unbelievable.
99.
Can't believe that's not just followed in. Sat up begging for a bedfellow. Is awkward again. You don't quite see from that angle actually how flat or below horizontal it is.
100.
We may get another angle where we can actually show you what the issue is.
$132.
Great counting from Neil Duff.
Love that second dart, Merce.
Aggressive, wasn't it? Positive.
And the natural way to go is to follow the 18s on 302, but he played that very, very nicely.
45.
Has he
Neil, you
become
require
favourite for this match?
170.
Remember, in the last leg, this man in your picture would have the darts. He needs to set this up. Needs a treble, you feel.
60.
Ouch.
Yeah, it's just left himself a little bit vulnerable. Worsley in the same position. Needs trebles. Got one of them.
95.
Some
Neil, you
big-
require 110.
Go to treble 18. I'm not sure if he's still in the treble 20 bed. Surely not.
40. John, you require 95.
Oh, should go ball here. Aggressive. Double 19 to wrap it up. That isn't too bad for him.
57.
Couldn't make the adjustment.
Neil, you require 70.
Yeah, these are the chances that Neil Duff's going to get against Worsley today. Scraps. He's going to get a dart for 3-3, and that dart is at his beloved tops.
Game shot on
What
the
a
sixth
finish.
play.
That's why he's a
Neil
champion.
Duff.
Look at that reaction, the obligatory fist bump. Couldn't separate the beginning of this game.
Seventh and final
And
leg.
I
It's
put
Neil
it down
to
to the
throw
fact
first.
that Neil Duff was
Game
thrown
on.
first. Could that be the difference in this game, Miss?
Yeah, dodged bullets there. Be beaten 4-2.
125.
And what a start to the leg, the deciding leg. A match that's been pretty much dominated by this man.
60.
He's used to winning games, John Worsley. I've been sort of following this all-conquering Super League team he's been involved with. My good friends Nick Kenny and Sam Cankett. That's,
45.
No more now. Now separated as a team, and I've been following his average. Knew he was playing well. Well, he's up against it right now. This has been a great, great contest, this between two very good players.
59.
And all of a sudden, Duff is taking control.
How often does that happen, though, when a player does have match starts and then seems to just dwell on the disappointment of missing them?
96.
Shake it off. Now he needs a max for me. Minimum 140. That's
41.
9 darts without a trouble.
Bearing in mind, Worsley was averaging over 100 for a large part of this match. He's dipped.
140.
Whereas Duff has stayed roughly around that 90 mark. His to lose from here.
$44. Neil, you require
12 darts without a
95.
trouble.
$67.
That was for the match. And there's absolutely nothing worse they can do. No dramas at all for Duff. Unless he could fill it up, and he can't do it. So
81.
no pressure at all
Neil,
on
you
Neil
require
Duff.
28.
He was behind. He was second best in this match.
Game,
But
shot,
Duff is
and
made
the
of strong
match.
stuff.
Neil Duff.
And that's the perfect start for Neil Duff. Former WDF champ. He showed all the fighting quality in that game. He'll be feeling good. It feels extra special when you've been 3-1 down. Just round about that 90 average mark. That was lovely, solid, and Neil Duff is up and running. And it's Colin McGarry who's up next, and he plays Bram van Dijk.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the top two have all lost in the first two games. That's because Neil Duff came back from 3-1 down before the break to get the better of John Worsley by 4 legs to 3. And so the bottom two in the table go toe-to-toe in our third game of the morning session. It sees Colin McGarry up against Bram van Dijk, both looking for their second win of the group, having won 1 from 5 on day one. In commentary, Glenn Dowen and Chris Mason.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yeah, this was the only match that Bram won yesterday. It was against Colin McGarry. It was match number 13 of 15. It was a rather tough day for Bram yesterday. In terms of numbers for his day.
First leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
78.6, McGarry 83.77 for the day. I expect that to have a massive jump today, Glenn.
Yeah, I think my assessment hasn't changed for Colin McGarry.
58.
I think he was disappointed, but I was really impressed the fact he wasn't throwing his arms about, he wasn't being petulant.
40.
He had a bad day at the office yesterday. I've always liked Colin McGarry. There's just something about his game. I think I said he sort of feel like he's underachieved a little bit, but made a decision a couple of years ago when he was watching the seniors darts thinking,
100.
well, I'm good enough to do that. I absolutely believe there's still something around the corner for him. And the MODUS Super Series is that wonderful platform
49.
for him. But it didn't happen yesterday, and it must have been a real big disappointment when he lost to young Bram. I think he'll put this to bed today.
140.
Bram van Dijk lives very near Eindhoven, was the
100.
closest city I understood when he was telling me in his Dutch accent, but plays with some really good players like Luke Peters, Jerry Hendricks, who's played on this stage. But just right in the infancy of his career, and whatever happens this week, I promise you, Bram van
96.
Dijk, you will benefit whether you lose every game from here. You'll be a better player after this experience.
Absolutely.
59.
it
Colin, you
before from
require
players who've
107.
Made their debut week and then come back and had success. Especially the Scandinavian players.
75.
But once again, they're not throwing his arms about. He'd be gutted he missed that big number there. In firm control of this leg of darts is Colin McGarry.
96. Colin, you require 32.
His beloved double 16. The very long points he uses. He'll be able to see the target fully on
Game
that
shot
double
on the
8.
first leg. Colin McGarry.
A much better start. Bram van Dijk, unfortunately, is still in the practice room right
Second
now.
leg, it's Bram to throw first.
But it's
Game
his
on.
darts. Very impressed there. Hasn't took his eyes off the treble 20s. He walked right across the stage to the hockey.
60.
Much better rhythm there from Bram.
Yeah, Colin yesterday made a really good start. Went 2-0 up against Michel before losing 4 on the spin.
140.
Just seemed to completely lose his way.
96.
We'll try and get a couple of side-on views of the throws there. I'm just picking on something there with Colin where there's a little bit of movement in his body as he's throwing the dart there. And the only thing when you've got that movement, every time that movement's got to be the same.
140.
Yeah, it's all about the timing, isn't it?
So if you could eliminate that, I'm a big believer. That is, you know, honestly, the things might not be going so well.
59.
The only thing I don't like for Bram is he's virtually walking on his third dart there. My theory is all 3 darts should be thrown the same. But that, honestly, that's one of my favourite throws. Very low elbow. Very, very low.
45.
He's quite tall, isn't he, Colin? So he can get away with that.
If you look at the elbow of Bram, it's above the
140.
sign there on the side of the wall. If you have a look at Collins there, you won't even be able to see the difference there. Beautiful follow through, so elegant.
It's been the same, hasn't it? Not changed.
95. Bram, you require 146.
This is better from the young man. Perfect, he'll stay there.
94.
When
Colin,
this
you
young
require
man,
81.
Mace, I'm looking at their attributes, and I like what I see with him. I think the fundamentals are there. Double 13.
Game shot on the
That's
second
lovely.
low. Colin
15
McGarry.
dart breaker throw. Yeah, it's just, listen, it's like you say, it's in the infancy, and we'll watch the evolution of his game over the next couple of
Third leg,
years.
it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
Like you say, this experience will just learn so much over the course of the week.
He may not feel it though, Mace. He might be dejected. I mean, he did get that win, which was great. But when you're losing games, you probably don't see that. But I'm sure when he goes back and speaks to
78.
players like Brian Roman, who's been a good support for him, see what he can do better going forward in the future. He will be on the development tour this year, doing a lot of JDC
140.
stuff. Looking forward to doing some WDF stuff. Is young Bram. He's going to do the Dutch Open.
140.
Let me tell you, that is some experience. There's aspiring dart players there. Get yourself to the Dutch Open, because that
96.
is unbelievable.
You ever win the Dutch Open?
You know what? I played Mark McGeaney in the Lakeside final, and then a week later I played him in the final of the Dutch Open.
So quarterfinals, best I ever did there. It was
140.
just carnage.
Loved it. They treated me fantastic because I was the Lakeside champion, so I was in the VIP room.
95.
I was on the
Colin,
TV
required
lane.
143.
I didn't, but the first time I went, I was on board 677. Level 17. Oh, this is much better, Colin McGarry.
111. Bram, you require 170. $100. Colin, you require 32.
Well, this is the McGarry I expected yesterday.
Same.
$16.
Not that, may
Bram,
I
you
add.
require 70.
More the previous darts. Chance for Van Dijk.
Double 16.
38. Colin, you require 16.
When you've been losing games, Colin McGarry, that little bit of self-doubt might have come in
Game
them
shot on
double
the third
16s.
lay.
And look
Colin
at that reaction
McGarry.
there. That's a man who's captains his country. That's the man who's won the Northern Ireland
Fourth leg,
Open.
it's Bram
But
to throw
being here,
first.
this is the importance of
Game
how
on.
well he wants to do today. We call it Moving Tuesday. And if I was asked the question on that stage earlier, it would have been Colin McGarry just for me.
121.
Day one of Q School was yesterday, so the 8 players through to the second stage of Q School.
54.
Lou Bevan, Harry Lane, Mike Warburton, Adam Hunt, Kieran Bridgewater, Danny Lauby, Matthew Denon,
56.
Patrick Linsky.
Yeah,
All safely through to stage 2.
couple I like there, Mace. Obviously, Adam Hunt, one of my best friends. I chat with him most days. And Matty Dennant, just
Yeah,
surely it's his turn to shine,
42.
Mace.
Yeah, he averaged 97.69 to defeat Justin Hood 5-3, who averaged nearly 95 himself. Some game.
43.
Jim McEwen was beaten by Kevin Bridgewater, so Jim McEwen in a good spot after day one. There's 3 days of
47.
initial qualifying into stage 2, and then Q School then starts properly with all the other players coming into the
44.
field.
And on the European version, MODUS Super Series players like Stefan Belmont got through. Vidislav Sedlak, who a big fan is with MDA darts, good,
Yep.
great player. And Anton Oslund, who I'm a huge fan of. So they'll all be going to the next
60.
part of Q Skill. So good luck to them. Remember the guy I was talking about when I said I went to a
100.
coaching session and this guy had absolutely everything? Average 58.
Wow.
Just goes to show you.
95. Bram, you
I
require
believe that talent is
137.
50% of this game, and it's the rest that goes with it. Your application, your preparation, your practice, the X factor.
Between the ears.
all that.
97.
If it was on talent alone, then A.D. Lewis would be a 20-year world champion.
139.
Good pressure from
Bram, you
McGarry.
require 40.
is a match saver. Tops for Bram.
$30. Colin, you requires 64.
Yeah, they will frustrate. This will feel like a free hit for McGarry. Been here before. It's
Game,
cool,
shot,
calm,
and
collected
match.
Colin
Colin
today.
McGarry.
A much better performance. He'll be feeling so much better after that. And for Bram van Dijk, you can just see there, the smile still on his face, but plenty of work to do. But for Colin McGarry, will it be moving Tuesday for him? Peppered that 90 average for most of that game. Just a couple of little messy darts in the third leg, but overall a very, very solid performance as we move on to game 4. It's the return of John Worsley against Michel van der Horst.
Welcome back to the stage here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. This is the MODUS Super Series. We played our first round of fixtures, and before the break, we saw Colin McGarry get the better of Bram van Dijk by 4-0. Next up for us, well, it's the top 2 going into today, and John Worsley and Michel van der Horst. But the pair have both lost their opening matches, so one needs to get a win on the board. But who's it going to be? Chris Mason, Glenn Dowens.
Thank you very much, Henry. Well, I expect a bit of a backlash. Worsley is priced up at 1-3 for this one. Van der Horst is the 9-4 dog.
First leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
Be interesting to see the response from Worsley here. I think we might get one from him.
Yeah, when I think of Group B, I think of stamina. And very early in that game, John Worsley was superb. He
44.
petered off right at the end of that match there. It's not easy, this Group A. You know, it's like 5 days of, tough darts, I believe. And so it'll be interesting to see how he responds, John Worsley,
60.
after that defeat. Whereas Michel van der Horst, I think both felt he lived a bit of a charmed life yesterday. I think he would get 4 wins out of 5 yesterday. But he did beat John Worsley in a really professional performance yesterday.
49.
But like Mace, despite the fact he started horrendously, I do fancy Worsley for this match.
Yeah, I think he never recovered from the 2 missed starts against Neil Duff,
57.
because he then, in the deciding leg, had 4 visits where he was troubleless. After getting himself
140.
into that winning position, hitting the treble 19 and then 2 darts at double 19 to wrap it up 4-2. Just full of negativity in leg 7.
140.
Great 140 though. Van der Horst to stay in touch with Worsley, who's starting to find his range on the
81.
lipstick.
Yeah, it's a real mixture. Obviously, with Q School going on, we've got a lot of legends here this week. I think when Martin Adams is in town, it's always a fantastic addition. I was really looking forward to see Daryl Fitton play.
93.
But Daryl Fitton has pulled out this week. We can now announce he won't be playing in Group C, but will be replaced by another legend and 10 times champion of the world, Trina Gulliver. So Daryl Fitton will not be playing this week in
Michelle,
Group C and will be
151.
replaced by Trina Gulliver, BE.
Rarely have someone here that's won more world titles than you.
59. John, you
Have a
require
bit of fun with that, I'm
142.
sure, towards the back end of the week. Like I always remind you, you've only won 3 more than me and 1 Premier League, so don't get too carried away.
I'm saving all my jokes on Matt
36.
Edgar, but
Michelle, you require 92.
I've got to keep it 0 out of 8, so I've got to be realistic. But this is really good again from Michelle.
Game
Maybe
shot
we
on the
doubted
first
him in
leg.
early in this game.
Michelle van der Horst.
We made it. That was going to be pretty much one-way traffic for John Worsley. But if Michelle van der Horst has done something
Second
this
leg, it's
week,
Michelle to throw first.
proved an
Game
awful
on.
lot of people wrong. Like I said, not many people will know Michelle. Put a board up and he's practicing a lot more. That's bearing fruit this week.
60.
Very good at taking advantage of when a player is
60.
necessarily switching off, but not producing.
Yeah, and I worried when Matt Clark was just so good against Michelle that the second game against Worsley
80.
could be the roles reversal from yesterday, where it was going to be a tough day at the office. He can get through this game. It can still be a very, very good day. In fact, if he does win this game, it will be Michelle who's the
140.
first player to go to 10 points. So the carrot is there dangling for this man, and he's finding the treble.
140.
First start there for most players
140.
would be, let's go down to treble 19, but for John Worsley, that's them on top.
140. John, you require 161.
Perfect. Could go for the bull with him last start.
99.
that would be my shot.
Show you
Yeah.
require
I
81.
think the finish of 56 is a lot easier than that 62, despite such a small, but should have been the bullseye.
Single 13.
42.
Can.
John, you require 62.
That's why going for the ball is advantageous. Oh, now
Wow.
he's catching.
Missed number-a-thon. And the realisation from Michelle what he's done wrong.
22. Michelle, you require 39.
I tell you
Game
what,
shot
he's
on
got
the
away
second
with one
leg.
there because that
Michelle
was
van der
too
Horst.
close to treble 17 for comfort. And double 15 is not where you want to be. Michelle van der Horst is living a
Third leg, it's
charmed
John
life
to
in
throw
this game.
first. Game
Look on
on.
Worsley's face.
There's that flat dart that you can see. See his
60.
eye line on that. As that is the more traditional stand-up dart. And that is a beautiful
140.
camera angle of a stunning 140 from Michelle.
Yeah, beautiful shot of a beautiful shot. Well, now you can see how below horizontal the darts of John Worsley are.
81.
Yeah, Phil Taylor sort of mastered the understacker, but whereas that one's a really flat dart, but that's very traditional. He'll stay. That's a fantastic angle of the eye line that the player will see.
And how much room he has to aim for.
He'll stay there. But it's Van der Horst who's taking control of this leg.
60.
Taking
The
control
1-4.
of the match, surprisingly.
An average of 96, Merce.
Yep, that is better than anything he's produced thus far.
140.
Worsley is well off the pace.
140. Michelle, you require 81.
Just to put of interest to this one, it was Worsley started super quick. Gonna have to finish in this one like Sebastian Coe, because
Game
this
shot
is
the third
Michel van der
leg.
Horst at his
Michel van der
very,
Horst.
very best. And look at the reaction there from John Worsley. What on earth is hitting me here, he's saying.
Well, darter that from
Fourth leg, it's Michelle to throw
Michel
first.
van der
Game on.
Horst. Average of 98.02. Some 16
93.
points above his average for the day yesterday.
And you wouldn't expect it because he's just taking a bit of a tasting off Matt Clark. And then you're walking into the informed John Worsley.
Well, his average of
132.
82.54 in match one is pretty much his average for the day yesterday, so he played to type.
140. $40.
Rain, it pours.
Van der Horst had the bounce out in his opening game. Will go down to the 18 shot.
20.
That
was the wrong decision to make.
Well, it was only going to end up with at least one on the floor. It was
41.
two, and this is a disastrous performance from Worsley. 78.
100.
Here the betting slips being
100.
tore up and crumpled and going into the bin in
148.
the bookmakers up and down the high streets.
Oh, are we just being a little bit unfair to this man? Because a win here, remember, he would then go top of the table.
140.
First play at 10 points, and that must be a real motivation boost when you go back to the players area. He's been by far the best player in this match, and Worsley saved his best start, possibly for his last.
180. Michelle, you require 8. Game,
Absolutely
shot, and
superb
match.
dart there from Michel van der Horst.
Horst.
He's proven an awful lot to himself and everybody else. And John Worsley, he looks shell-shocked there. That is a massive, massive win for the Dutchman. Averaging very close to 100 throughout, and 96.97 is his best average. But just look at the statistics that we mentioned yesterday. The winner of this group could be the guy who plays and hits the most doubles. 4 from 4 from the Dutchman. Excellent darters. Next up, it's Matt Clark against Bram van Dijk.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Michel van der Horst inflicted a second straight defeat on John Worsley, a 4-0 win, and 4 out of 4 on the doubles for the Dutchman. Now, the guys in comms in that last game just mentioned a change to proceedings later on in the week. We can update you on the latest developments as far as week 8 is concerned. Unfortunately, Dal Fitton has had to pull out of the competition, and he is going to be replaced by the 10 times world champion Trina Gulliver, who's going to join Andy Hamilton, Simon Preston, and the bottom 3 players from Group A in Group C on Thursday and Friday afternoon from 1 o'clock respectively. Group B will still see Matthew Edgar, Martin Adams and Gary Stone involved. Well, into our 5th game of the day, and it sees Matt Clark in action. He got the better of Michel van der Horst by 4 legs to 1 in his first match. He's taking on Bram van Dijk, who lost out 4-0 to Conor McGarry. Watching this one in comms, Glenn Dowen and Chris Mason.
Thank you very much, Henry. Matt Clark goes into this one, as you would imagine, as a hot favourite. 6-1 on, 4-1 about Bram. And myself and Glenn were super impressed with the performance from Matt Clark against Michel van der Horst, who does go top of the table. Maybe just briefly if Matt Clark gets a big win here, which is what we certainly expect to happen. Although,
First leg, it's
after
Matt
that
to
last
throw
match,
first. Game
expect
on.
the unexpected. You'd have said to me, John Worsley was going to lose to Michel van der Horst 4-0, not get a dart at a double. I check what's in your coffee.
55.
But that is exactly what happened.
Yeah, you can study every game. You look at the statistics and the probabilities, but the life of a dart player, sometimes you step on
47.
the rocky and you feel like $1 million and they just don't go. And sometimes you've practiced absolutely terrible just behind them. As you can see, the advertisements behind is where the practice area is. You can practice absolutely awful, get on the stage and you can't miss.
57.
It is such a strange animal, this sport. Like you say, sometimes I've walked on that stage and felt like I couldn't
100.
miss. The 60 looks like a bucket. And I've played like a Wally. And then other times when I've just not been feeling it at all, I've got on there and feel like I'm not going to miss.
Well, Matt Clark did not look like he was going to miss in the opening game.
45.
And has yet to hit the treble in after 9 darts here. Go figure.
Probably hitting them in off the lampshades in the practice room.
41.
The professional, the practice room is absolutely perfect in here. And like I said, as we talked an awful lot, apologies if we're repeating or we've got new people watching today, but that stage is almost perfect.
54. $100.
Oh, they've had 2 tons in this opening leg. Very sedate start from both.
80. $81.
No real shocks at Q School already this morning. Somebody mentioned yesterday, though, is out. Aidan Kirk. Good wins for a lot of the MODUS Super Series. Nathan Gervin's winning.
60.
Connor Heenahan's got
Bramley
his first win.
required
Justin Smith.
132.
So we'll keep you updated with what's going on there as Bram looks at 132. 88 left.
45.
And a
Matt, you
sloppy,
require
sloppy last start. And a
150.
sloppy, sloppy first leg from both here. $70 left. Options are treble 10 or treble 18.
98. Bramley
Yeah, I did a
require
Fair
87.
bit of practice in the build-up to Q School with Nathan. In the pub. Trying to give him as much prep as possible.
54.
Disappointing
Matt,
start
you require
yesterday.
52.
Losing in his opening match, but a win today 5-0. As did Tommy Morris.
Wasn't a disappointing start today for Matt Clark, that's for sure. But this has been A below par first leg. And even closing his eyes on that one. This is not going to plan.
32. Bram, you require 33. Game shot on the first leg.
Well,
Bram
he
Van
gets there in
Dijk.
the end as young Bram. And I'm scratching my head after the performance from John Worsley in the previous one. I was ready to wax lyrical
Second leg,
about
it's
Matt
Bram to
Clark,
throw
who I thought was
first. Game
fabulous in game one today. But that was unlike Matt Clark.
56. $137.
Best 3 darts of the match so far from Matt Clark.
42.
He's deep in thought. Best in the score there. Already taken away the darts from young Bram.
$60.
Barton's the recently crowned WDF World Champion.
140.
Made a winning start today. He was out first round, surprisingly, yesterday.
I think he'll beat him 5-4. It was someone we knew.
Yeah, averaged
59.
91.41 today. I was very impressed with him at Lakeside.
I think I tipped everybody barring him as the favourite. I didn't think that tag.
83.
I always doubted his bottle, Andy Barton's. Never doubted his talent. Incredible player. Really bashed me up once in the Belgium Open, like not many did in the BDO system. Then went out to, in the next game, which was the story of his career. I was absolutely delighted and loved the stories
99.
when he took his trophy back to, his hometown. It did bring back memories of me with a Lakeside trophy. I went to work one day as a housing manager the day after winning
100.
Lakeside, and I was
Matt, you
absolutely
require
fuming at
146.
illegal cars parked outside people's houses. What I didn't realise was it was every press, every radio station, and it was for me.
$45.
Well, chance here
Bram,
to
you
Bram.
require 80.
What he mustn't do is drift into the 5 or the 1. He's got to give himself an opportunity. Careful not to kiss off the first one. Double 10. Big chance just to take these against Matt Clark because he is not at the races.
Game
But Bram
shot on
Van
the
Dijk
second
leads
leg.
2-0. This is
Bram Van
much,
Dijk.
much better.
Are we going to get back-to-back shocks?
For me, it's
Third
a
leg,
bigger
it's
shock,
Matt
this
to
one.
throw first.
Absolutely.
Game on.
Clark just looked so professional in the first game. He just looked like, well, I thought he was going to run through the card. That's exactly what I thought.
It just looks so switched on.
81.
Look at the rhythm that when you're winning 2-0.
100.
The belief.
$121.
And again, if you're watching those 3 darts, the discipline of Matt Clark, because that small one, you can have the tendency to suddenly stand back and roll your eyes.
58.
He showed no emotion and then pinged 2 treble 20s. He does an awful lot of things right, does Matt Clark.
$85. $96.
30 points to lead, plus these. What is a must-win leg? The adjustment.
134.
Darts 2 and 3 down to 80 after 12. This is Much better for Matt Clark.
43. Matt, you require 80.
Jim Walker winning 3-0 with a 98.02.
Oh, chaperone for players now as Matt Clark looks at this 80 double top. Doubles have been superb for Van Dijk in this game.
Game shot on the
And
third
that
leg.
is an absolute
Matt
beauty
Clark.
of a dart there from Matt Clark, and hopefully he can forget those two opening legs, and he's very much
Fourth
in
leg, it's
this
Bram to throw
match
first.
now. But for Bram,
Game on.
he's got to just accept that was just a holder throw. He looks really focused as he comes to the hockey here, and he deliver.
56.
Friend of the Super Series, Jim McEwen, getting a 5-2 win over what was a very tough-looking opening game against Wayne Jones. Don't
100.
really want that one when you're looking around seeing 60 averages scattered everywhere and you get Wayne Jones first round, or if you're Wayne Jones getting Jim McEwen.
100.
I've been really selfish. I've been looking at the potential new players that can come to MODUS Super Series
Same.
if they don't get the card. And when the likes of Andy Bolton and John Henderson were coming here, you know, people...
140.
A whole host of players I'd selfishly like to see back here.
on new players.
Yeah.
57.
I want to put the mockers on, but players like, you know, Devin Peterson, he'd be fighting for his.
I think he would benefit massively from this. Give him a chance just to build confidence rather than turning up, having that one game and so much pressure on the one
91.
game.
Yeah, that's gone up to £1,000 now, hasn't it? 15 grand to the winner of every Pro Tour now. But a lot of conversation chatting about the new changing rules regarding the.
Yeah, a lot of
60.
disgruntled
Matt
players.
McCoy,
It'll be tough to get
170.
that top 16 now. What's tough is the big fish, and that's what Matt Clark is looking at here. We have seen it already this week. Not to be here for Matt Clark, but he's right back in this match now. He'll go down. He should stay there, but it's not ideal.
57.
And a chance for Van Dijk, what he would give for a maximum of a 140 here. Remember, his starts here. Needs the switch.
58. Matt, you require 113. $57. Bram, you require 170.
Doesn't find the first treble, so Clark will be back at 56
58.
for a level game.
Matt, you require
Yeah, it was a
56.
disastrous start to the match of Matt Clark, but he scrapped and scraped his way. 56 points away here for a 2-2 match. That's smack bang in the middle. Same process.
Game
Same
shot on
answer.
the fourth leg.
Matt Clark.
Matt Clark.
The wobbles early doors seem to be over. And he's now taking the ascendancy. 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's
But more
Matt to throw
importantly, it's
first.
back on Matt
Game
Clark
on.
starts.
Yeah, 15 and 17 darts used. Claw it back to 2 apiece. Really starting to believe.
100.
Duff. Colin McGarry up next.
That whets the appetite. Two good friends. They'll be practicing with each other now.
58.
There'll be good crack in there between them. Enjoyed that game yesterday.
$82. $58.
Not happening at all for Van Dijk at the moment. Yeah, he looks pretty dejected there, doesn't he? A lonely, lonely place. You're not playing the dart you want to, and then you look up and see your opponent in the treble 20. Which is fair. You can just see the reaction there.
140.
I know how it feels there, son. I know how it feels. Oh, wow.
120.
A blind 180. I'm not so sure, but maybe that's going to lift him there. But yeah, maybe that's not the time.
No.
$137.
Should start in the 19s.
5 of them will leave 170.
57. Matt,
Most
you require
likely
42.
scenario. Matt Clark making it 3 on the spin and leading 3-2.
This has been his strength.
$22. $99.
Yep, the darts are there. The consistency on for Bram.
Matt, you require 20.
His last 2 legs in 15 and 17 is Clark. Found that
Game shot on the
consistency
fifth
back, and you
leg.
can't keep a
Matt
good man
Clark.
down for long. Clark leads 3-2.
6th leg, it's Bram to throw first. Game on. $140.
Yeah, the only problem with sharing a comms box with Chris Mason, he's got a protein shake, and I've got a full English here.
39.
Which one I'd rather have?
$134.
It's a Christmas. I set myself to lose 3 stone, and with 2 days to go, I've only got 3 stone 2 to lose.
$57.
Well, Bram looking good here for a level game. I know what can happen in a last leg shootout.
57.
Absolutely anything.
Yeah, if I was working with Bram, I would say to him, every time you hit under treble 20, go and take your dart out. Be disciplined with yourself. Jump that hurdle of the treble 20, I would say to him, because too many darts go low for him. When he gets it right, and he's just above the treble 20,
Bram, you require 170.
he does follow those darts. So I'd have a practice routine for him where
105.
Matt Clark is somebody who doesn't often deviate from the treble 20, but this is the time to start in the 19s.
Who said you can't teach an old dog new tricks?
133.
Fantastic
Bram, you
darts.
require
So
65.
the only decision to make is, do you go centre of the board?
Well, that's the shot you should have gone for.
Yeah.
The 33 for 32.
Could have done with that first dart bouncing out. I wonder if that's
39.
ever happened.
Matt, you require 132.
Miscounted in the end. Can be sometimes the danger when you're a little bit too quick. I can assure you, he was going for the ball.
He won't be doing the bullseye challenge with his first dart like that, will you,
89.
Matt?
Bram, you require
But that
26.
miscount, will it hurt Bram? Because 26, there's always the figure of hitting the number 13 with this one. He's got to be ultra aggressive with the first dart. That's the fear.
18. Matt, you require 43.
Well, there hasn't been many positives out with this game. But for Matt Clark from 2-0 down, really picked up his game with a couple of 17 darters and a 15 darter. But this type of finish, he's been so solid. Look nervy. But he gets there in the end, does Matt Clark.
Matt Clark.
Despite that poor start from Matt Clark, who was excellent in his first game, he's 2 wins out of 2 today. And the problems for Bram van Dijk, they continue. He looks a pretty forlorn figure as he walked off there, but he's got to remember, he's got to see the positives, he's got to keep going. For Matt Clark, he moves on. He's looking really, really good today. Can he go through the card? Looking forward to the next game. Good friends, compatriot, it's Neil Duff against Colin McGarry.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Matt Clark got the better of Bram van Dijk by 4 legs to 2. That's his second win in a row, and he now finds himself on 10 points in the group. Next up for us, Neil Duff and Colin McGarry go toe-to-toe, the 2 Northern Irishmen in action. Both a win under their belt, but who is going to double up? Let's find out. Glenn Durrant, Chris Mason.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, an intriguing
Game on.
match awaits us here. Certainly improved displays from both players today, with Neil Duff getting the better of John Worsley.
140.
4-3. Colin winning 4-0 against Bram van Dijk. There's an average of 87.13. Neil Duff was 89.77. Both making winning starts to their Group A campaign on day 2 of 3.
Yeah, the Battle of Moving Tuesday, I called. I wasn't so sure which one would potentially go through the card and be that player who's gone from the bottom of the group right up to the top, and maybe the winner of this group will decide that. Good friends. They've represented the country together.
121.
But I thought Neil Duff was superb in his 4-1 demolition of Colin yesterday, averaging just shy of 93. It looked really good, but didn't kick on from there. But he's had a fabulous start to the day, Neil Duff.
100.
Terrific win over John Worsley. Colin McGarry was superb in his demolition of young Bram.
Game
Yeah,
shot
that
on the
was
first leg.
Neil's
Neil Duff.
best performance of the day yesterday, although that may be trumped here because that's a 11
Second
dart
leg, it's
hold.
Colin to throw first. Game on. $51.
Yeah, one player absolutely flying here, and one still in the practice room, and Neil Duff is seeing that. There's a term that my co-commentator used, like a bucket at the moment.
140.
He's had a good night's sleep. Looks like he's prepared perfectly, Neil Duff. He's a experienced MODUS Super Series player now, is Neil. He's
57.
played in Group A, B and C. He knows what he needs to do. But he just wasn't at the races. Come on, he says, whereas yesterday he was throwing his arms all over the place.
30.
I'll build you up, Neil. You knock me down. 30.
$83. $85. $46.
Wow. That's 6 darts for Neil Duff. I like that moment there. Just giving himself just a little second. And I believe that's the reason. That's why the
85.
second one went in the treble 20. A frustrated second dart could have gone absolutely anywhere.
$100. Neil, you
Collins'
require
First
161.
three-figure score.
$90. Colin, you
Casually
require
just picks off the bullseye
164.
to leave 71.
Looks good, doesn't he, Miss? Gary just not
100.
come out for this game.
Neil, you require 71.
It's a funny old game, though. He's only 64 points away from 1-1. However, will Duff miss double 16? Well, after that marker, I doubt it.
55.
Surprised.
Colin, you require
McGarry
64.
has not been in this match at all. The average difference is near 30 to 40, and he's 2 darted tops away for 1-1.
54. Neil, you
Had to
require
take
16.
that, you feel.
See Duff missing again,
8.
but he does.
Colin, you require 10.
Why it's tough to it's tough to tip in this game because I mean it was one-way traffic from Neil Duff, wasn't it?
Game shot on the
That's
second
an
leg.
incredible scoreline of
Colin
1-1,
McGarry.
especially when you look at the averages.
Well, that leg
Third leg, it's Neil to throw first.
used
Game on.
12 more darts to win that leg than Duff did to win the opening leg. That was a 23 darter.
100.
Yeah, it's roundabout now where the elite players, Mace, will all be on holiday at the moment. I noticed Michael Smith going to Dubai yesterday. I think Michael van Gerwen. Doesn't he like South Africa, Michael van Gerwen?
123.
Oh, going to Dubai makes sense because then it's only a short little
Bahrain, yeah.
gap to Bahrain.
140.
Oh, when dart players used to go to Bognor on their holidays, not Bahrain.
Incredible calendar for professional players and amateur players
140.
as well. Remember, they're playing for $5,000 this week here at the MODUS Super Series. And don't forget, you can join us here on Saturday night. You do make it very, very
57.
special. You do create a fantastic atmosphere for these players. And simply scan that barcode there. There's a small booking fee. And it'll be great to have you here on Saturday night.
140.
If you don't have the facility to scan a QR code, head over to www.dartshop.tv, and whilst you're there, you'll see a whole host of exhibitions in the calendar for
54.
2024.
Colin, you require
The
98.
biggest names in our sport will be somewhere near you.
82. Neil, you require 150.
And of course, if you fancy the World Seniors Championship. Both myself and Glenn will be
60. Colin, you
in
require
attendance.
16.
Crack a joke there. But I'm
Game
going to be
show
more
the third
positive like
leg.
Colin McGarry
Colin
is in that
McGarry.
double eight.
It was a 13 dart breaker throw. He was, like you say, Glenn, just not even at
Fourth
the
leg, it's
races
Colin
in
to throw
this.
first.
Now leads 2-1.
Game on.
Just imagine Neil Duff right now. He came out electrifying start, 11 darter. And then just missed double after missed double. And what will feel like seconds later, he's now 2-1 behind. And your opponent
180.
suddenly making the game look ridiculously easy. Difficult times now for Neil Duff.
100. $100.
Much better stuff from Colin McGarry. He's got his average
100.
up into the mid-80s. Neil Duff still, despite all those missed darts at a double, still averaging over 90 at the moment. This is much better from the Chief.
140.
Super darts.
Just to mark your card, it's the 15th to the 18th of February at the legendary Circus Tavern. Players already
85.
confirmed.
Colin, you require 81.
Bill Taylor, Leonard Gates, Robert Thornton, Terry Jenkins, Richie Howson, Neil Duff, of
41.
course, Keith Deller, Darryl Fitton, Dieter Hedman, John Part, Lisa Ashton, Tony O'Shea, Kevin Painter, Richie Howson,
100. Colin, you
Yours
require
truly.
40.
and of course Trina Gulliver, we're going to see in Group C
Game
this
show
week.
on the fourth
Well, I
leg.
see Colin McGarry as well at the Worlds and with darts like that because he has bounced back so well in this game.
Fifth leg, it's Neil to
That
throw
was
first.
back-to-back
Game
13 dart legs, Glenn.
Just see him sucking the air in there. He's walking on air if he can get through this game because this man dominated
100.
early doors. He never gave up, did Colin? He can't demonstrate because all that tension and nerves that he had in his body when things weren't going to right.
100.
Now all of a sudden he just looks very relaxed. The shoulders are down. Looking good.
85.
Duff is a champion for a reason. You'll need to find that now. Incredible miss.
180.
Outstanding. Absolutely
He was
outstanding.
averaging 61 going into the third leg.
123.
Along to all of our viewers on YouTube. Some bizarre reason, 70% of you that are
60.
currently watching haven't pressed that subscribe button. Please do it for me. While you're there, hit that notification bell.
95. Colin, you require
give us a thumbs up.
161. $100. Neil, you require 98.
Yeah, he's playing McGarry. This has to go, you feel, for Neil Duff. That's awkward. Doesn't move.
Game
And that's
shot
the
on the
reason
fifth
why it
leg.
doesn't move.
Neil
Excellent
Duff.
darts, Neil Duff. This has been a really good game. That mid-match surge did come from Colin
Sixth leg, it's
McGarry.
Colin to throw
But
first.
Neil Duff, he
Game
dug
on.
in deep and he's back in this match. 3 important darts coming now.
Yeah, beautiful 15 darter from Neil Duff, taking out the 98.
100.
Disappointed just to get a ton out of that visit.
Just sort of rotates his body a little bit, does Colin McGarry as he plays.
Also, don't forget
85.
to give us a follow on our social medias at MSS Darts, all one word, Facebook, Instagram,
40.
Twitter or X, and TikTok. Give us a follow, lots of extra bonus content on those platforms.
137.
X.
I've got a clue what you're talking about. I've still got a ZX Spectrum, so... But I'm doing well on Space Invaders and Pac-Man, so that's about where I'm at right now. So yeah, that went over my head, all that.
100.
In it.
But you're going to break out the Shabba.
97.
I worked really hard on hobby commentary, yet the most common thing people were talking about was Shabba.
100.
And a super turn, and you can see by the expression from McGarry and the response is, how on earth is that only a ton?
Yeah, make
60.
this game a best of
Colin, you require
31. It's just a
161.
good pace between them, a lot of respect. Both averaging
85.
higher than their daily
Neil, you
average from
require
yesterday.
122.
Should start in the 18s and 1-2-2. He needs the treble. Can't do it. Chance for McGarry for the match.
96.
Bit of a mistake
Colin, you
there,
require
leaving
76.
double 13, but treble 20, double 8 for the match. Single 16, one match dart for McGarry.
56. Neil, you
Neil
require
Duff has
26.
Faced match darts now in both of his games today.
Game shot on the 6th leg. Neil Duff.
Yeah, good shout, Merce. This match is flip-flopped
So
all
the
over.
final leg, it's Neil
This
to
man
throw first.
about to
Game
throw his
on.
first three darts. Looked like he was just going to run through this match. Then McGarry went through that mid-match where he looked superb at 3-1.
100.
But Duff has demonstrated real fighting qualities, a 98 finish. And that double 13 under pressure there.
Yeah.
Not an awful lot to separate right now.
Flip-flop so much it's
140.
flop-flipped. Great 140 from McGarry. Look at that for a dart. Bang in the middle. You would expect at least a 140,
100.
and it's only a ton.
$100.
This is good.
95.
Nothing at all. In the balance is going to be the difference. Is it a minor mistake like that? Or it would be a little bit of magic.
85.
Little fight back there, but Duff has the advantage here. He does now anyway.
100.
How many times already in Group A has
59. Neil,
McGarry
you
put
require
himself in
106.
winning positions? But ultimately,
88.
losing the match. Well, he's got to take the
Colin, you
117 out
require
here.
117.
Yep. Both players have had their chances. I think McGarry thought his was gone as Duff was going for that double 18. He needs the treble 19. Doesn't get it. Neil Duff will have darts for the
57.
match, and the second time
Neil, you
today
require
from
18.
3-1 down. He scraped victory. That's a good marker. And
Game,
Neil Duff
shot,
does get
and the
over the
match.
line in a
Neil
real
Duff.
thriller. A very, very enjoyable match between two good friends, fiercely competitive. Not an awful lot to separate, but Neil Duff is on a real run today. And he looked very, very professional. Colin McGarry will see the positives there, but again, he had his chances. But it's Neil Duff that takes the match in a 7-leg thriller. As next up we go, it's Bram van Dijk against John Worsley.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Neil Duff for the second time today come back from 3-1 down to win 4-3. Colin McGarry, his latest victim. This is what we've seen so far today then. Matt Clark has been the big mover on moving day. He got the better of Michel van der Horst in his first game by 4 legs to 1, and then beating Bram van Dijk from 2-0 down to win 4-2. Meanwhile, John Worsley, who was the player of the day on day 1 here at the Live Lounge, has lost his opening 2 matches. So work for him to do, because he now finds himself behind both Matt Clark and Michel van der Horst, who recovered from that first defeat with that 4-0 win against John Worsley. 4 out of 4 on the doubles he was in that one. That's how the table occupies itself. The top 4 players now are all within 2 points of each other. Neil Duff, with those 2 victories, has very much put himself in the fold, and it is a bit of a split now between the top 4 and the bottom 2 of Colin McGarry and Bram van Dijk. But Van Dijk has the opportunity to close that gap on those in the top 4, and of course it could be oh so important in the race for Group B come the end of play tomorrow. He takes on John Worsley, who is looking to get his first win on the board himself. And watching this one down in the commentary box is Glenn Durran, who's alongside Chris Mason.
Thank you very much, Henry. Well, a chance for John Worsley to right the wrongs of his day so far. He's lost both his opening matches, and he was in terms of statistics, the player of the day yesterday, averaging close to 94 for the day. Well, today, it's 10 points off that pace. He's averaging just around 84 for his day so far, and winless. Really does need to switch on here. Has to win his final 3 matches of the
First
day.
leg, it's Bram to throw first. Game on.
It starts here with this one. He will then play Colin McGarry, and then
59.
he plays Matt Clark in the final match of the day.
$121.
Yeah, it's very tight, and I think for John Worsley, this game against Bram has come just at the right time. He was the one guy we expected to kick in.
180.
But if Bram does play like he can, John Worsley could have that mentality of, why they're playing so well against me. I'll take it as a compliment, John.
Why me?
100.
That was my favourite line. Merv King was really. Mine
41.
was. Why me?
Which one hurt the most?
Ronnie Baxter's semi-final of the match play. I thought was the
25.
much better player in that semi-final. Just missed too many darts at doubles, too many opportunities. And the second semi at the Worlds, after
51.
I think after round 2, I was favourite for the title. That was something to try and get my head around, having never experienced in that before. And then 2-0 up, leading 4-2.
84. Bram, you require 170.
And then just not being able to close the game out. Had opportunities. And then to see what happened in the
60.
final with a really poor Ronnie Baxter, I felt like that was certainly one that got away. It wasn't a particularly high-quality final.
91.
6-0.
Bram,
Yeah,
you require
6-0.
110.
Well, for Bram, these finishes have to go now, and he's given himself a chance at tops.
Game shot on the first leg. Bram
It's
van Dijk.
hard for you to have too many regrets, but is there one that sort of still
Second leg, it's
smarts?
John to throw
Only
first.
the one.
Game on.
But I do believe I had a lot of things that went my way, so there's no complaints. But losing to Scott Waits when I dominated the BDO that year,
Yeah.
I hadn't won one, but at that point, and then look,
100.
Paul Hogan next year I'm 3-0 down, 2-0 down. So yeah, no complaints. I do sense sometimes I was just in the right place at the right time.
94.
Played the right darts. Took out the right finishes at the right times.
Exactly the same for Bram there, that 110. Double 18 was pretty sweet, and like I say, it's going to make John
100.
Worsley think a little bit, because he'll have seen every game that Bram has played so far and just assumed he would steamroll this game.
81.
Yeah, when you have a day that starts like this, it just feels like you can't do right for doing wrong.
100.
How about this for a draw in round 1? Alan Sherrock against David Davis.
87.
Yuck.
Yeah, he was a lovely lad, I have to say. So much quality about him as a person. Sneaking feeling yesterday, someone said, I thought Fallon could get through Q School this week.
92.
Yeah, and it'd be fantastic for her and shut the doubters up. I do my head in the way they absolutely torture, they really do.
60.
Brings back
John,
bad
you
memories when I was
require
doing well.
109.
Well, we've seen 110 in this match. Treble 19 will be the go-to. Can't be done, but no dramas with Ram all the way back on
69.
179.
Yeah, super approach play from Worsley. Teeing up tops after 15.
99. John, you require 40.
Double sickener, because this is not the part of the board you want to beat.
Game shot on the
But that's
second
really
leg.
clinical.
John
Because
Worsley.
you suddenly start thinking, don't hit the big 15, don't hit the big 15. But fair play to John Worsley's
Third leg, it's Bram to throw
demonstrated an
first.
awful lot of his
Game on.
qualities this week. He hasn't had the run of the ball today. You can still see the little shake of the head there. But he's back in this match when Bram was sat pretty.
96.
Yeah, there's a familiarity with those that do what they do online. Their lives are rubbish.
180.
Yeah, I wish I knew then because, like I said, I was very similar to Kim Highbridge. You can read 99 fantastic messages.
140.
Yeah, you would just highlight the one where, you know, the name calling and whatever. And that's one of the reasons I've joined the PDPA, Chris. I feel like I've been through so many highs and lows in the game.
180.
Plenty of highs at the moment for John Worsley. That's back-to-back 180s.
Well, we've seen the 9 dart missed by the closest of margins
95.
yesterday.
John, you require
It ended up at 10,
141.
but can we get a 9 here?
Sprinted to the hockey there, and I sat up on my seat.
57.
But no reaction there. Will there be a fist
Bram, you
pump from
require
Bram?
170.
Well done,
I like that.
Mitchell.
58. John, you require 84.
Double 20 for double 12. Gets it.
$72. Bram, you require 112.
This would hurt. This is the best version of Bram van Dijk we've seen today. Not to beat.
60. John, you require 12. Game shot on the third leg. John
Ready leg.
Worsley.
14 darter in the end. And it is a break of throw.
Fourth leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
The stalwart of Modus Super
9.
Series, Keelan Kay, had a good day yesterday.
He did, yeah. Reached
Cool.
the last 32. Or was it the
100.
last 16.
Last 16.
In a good position.
Yeah, that's the thing. There's a lot go through, isn't there, for next week? So even 1 or 2 good days. That match with David Davies and Fallon is 1-1 at the moment.
140. $43.
Another draw in the round of 2-5-6 that stands out on the page. Henry Coates against Adam Atkinson.
Adam is nowhere near playing like he once was. I'd
180.
expect Henry to get through that game, but
Peter Jakes against Mark McGeaney.
100.
good friends, played Yorkshire together. But Adam Atkinson's the kind of player I'd like to work with. This is superb from John Worsley.
132.
My brain's thinking, why are you not at Q school, John? Can't be that exciting running a pub.
46. John, you require 40.
It's on a Saturday night when it gets lively.
I'll be there soon.
Game shot on the
Excellent
fourth
darts,
leg.
John Worsley.
John
13
Worsley.
darter. Hasn't been his day today. 3-1 up in his opening game and lost. Surprisingly,
Fifth leg, it's
he
Bram
lost
to throw
very
first.
heavily to Michel van
Game
der Horst.
on.
It was absolutely superb, but he's bounced back very, very nicely and putting himself on that gaggle of players on 10 points if he can get through this leg.
60.
Day and a half into it, and we like to use the in-play table just to remind. That is tight. That's based on the fact if John
100.
Worsley wins this match, remember, and the legs different would change if he was to win this one, but just a little indicator which we like to use certainly on the
60.
last day, just to keep you fully updated on what's going on with the situation. But tight, tight, tight.
$60. 57.
Chance now for Worsley to establish control of the leg and the match.
$83.
Yeah, it makes you think how John Worsley from 3-1 up then went on to lose 8 legs on the spin. Especially when he's playing darts like he has
know.
been.
58.
What you do, you have those wobbles, you get that little bit of a break in competitions where you, very much like Luke Littler against Andrew Guild in his match, where you just have to
83.
just ride the storm a little bit
Yeah.
sometime.
That's it. You just have to let it pass and then refocus and go again.
58.
6 starts away from reaching that 10 points mark. And he's going to set it up very, very nicely. Another beautiful performance here from John Worsley.
You think back to that final between the two Lukes, that
95.
double two goes in for 5-2. Because for me, Luke Humphries looked gone.
He was.
134.
Maybe
John,
we'll
you
have a little
require
chat in the next
80.
matches. This one comes to its conclusion. Stay straight. So he's given himself an opportunity. Can he take it?
60. Bram, you require 74.
42 for 32. Single 20 for tops. That's a bit of a blocker.
34. John, you required 20.
Well, he slammed the door shut in this game. Another terrific
Game,
performance
shot,
from John
and the
Worsley, to be
match,
fair. He lost
John
the opening leg
Worsley.
of that match. But boy, did he play really well after that. Hasn't gone perfect today for John Worsley, but he's right back in the mix. He joins the other players on 10 points, and look at the averages there. He was averaging over 90 throughout that game, and in the end, it was one-way traffic as we move on to another big, big game. They keep on coming. It's Michel van der Horst against Neil Duff.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, John Worsley got back to winning ways, securing his first victory of the day, beating Bram van Dijk by 4-1. That now means that we have 3 players on 10 points. But if Neil Duff can get the better of Michel van der Horst here, we've got a 4-way tie for the top. We call it moving day for a reason. Glenn Durrant, Chris Murphy.
Well, I'm sure Chris Murphy is about, but I don't really have too good a northern accent. Yeah, fascinating tie. And one thing Neil will be
First
keen
leg, it's Michelle to
to
throw
put
first.
right was the wrongs
Game
from
on.
yesterday in this tie, where he was edged out 4-3 in a match that he will feel like he should have won. And one thing Neil Duff is very good at is
93.
righting those wrongs in matches like this.
He's impressed me today, Mace, to be honest with you. And I thought that was a fantastic fight back. He's demonstrated those qualities today, but it's more
48.
him today. I was a little bit disappointed with some of his reactions. Obviously,
Bit flat yesterday, wasn't he?
yeah, looked frustrated. And I haven't got a clue which Michelle we're going to get
78.
here. Because I thought it was absolutely amazing in his last game.
Yeah, superb. Best performance from him thus far this week. Well, they did go
41.
5-4, Michel. Neil was the 4-7 favourite.
Yeah, Michelle obviously got the dart in this game. Michelle plays for a Super League club called Mark
100.
Vogels, where they're playing the Premier Division in the east of Netherlands. It plays in the same team as Danny Jansen. He's already hit a 170 in the league and is number 1 in the
100.
standings of 180s. He's at 48 of them this year.
Wow. He had a 170 yesterday, didn't he?
Yeah, it's the 180s that I think of when I think of
60.
Michelle. Like I said, he's a big scorer. He just seems to be getting his game back, and like you say, he's playing regular locally. He's practicing again.
140.
Should have gone for the bullseye, I feel, in the last start there, but such good
170.
markers. That'll be his argument. Should go
Yeah.
downstairs. Doesn't, and that's the reason why I think he should have.
44.
Yeah, went down 1 dart too late. Could have left 36 with 2 treble 19s.
Yeah, what do I know? Adam Atkinson is
100. Michelle, you
cruising
require
against Henry Coates at the moment.
126.
Starting the 19s. Can't be finished now.
86. Neil, you require 72.
One of the highlights yesterday was the setup play from the players, and once again, that was quality. So Duff's only going to get 1 dart. That his beloved tops, however.
Game shot on
And
the
that's
first
all he needs at the
leg.
moment.
Neil Duff.
Moving Tuesdays, all about Neil Duff. Former
Second leg,
WDF
it's Neil to
champion
throw
is.
first. Game on.
Wins also today for Alex Spellman. Averaged 94 and a 5-0 win.
46.
Doing great. Winning ways. And Fallon Sherritt defeated David Davis 5-1. David Davis was a
180.
fancied player to get a card as Michelle pops in a max.
100. 93.
Taking control here. 120, 130 points ahead here is Michelle.
100.
Good news for Michelle here. This would be for a breaker throw. Break back very quickly. Like I said, he just hits a lot of 180s in his Super League.
140.
Moment. Peter Jacks is getting the
100. Michelle,
better
you
of Mark
require
McGeady,
88.
leading 3-1.
Was what he's thinking here, 155. Can you hit it? And he's saying you can't. That's exactly what he's just said to
48.
Neil Duff, the
Neil, you
former
require
WDF World Champion. You
155.
can't check out on 155.
This occasion, he's correct, but it is a risky game.
45.
I think
Michelle,
the
you
greatest
require
component of that
40.
one was the Mensa Sulovic against Michael van Gerwen. Can Michelle hit this double 10?
Game
Yes,
shot
he
on the
can.
second leg.
Been very,
Michelle
very
van der
impressive
Horst.
today. Two of the standout players are playing each other today, and nothing to separate after 2 legs.
Third leg, it's Michelle to throw first. Game on.
Well, the ultimate one of
180.
to find that with some regularity was obviously the Eric Bristow Keith Deller, wasn't it? Eric opted to turn down the ball.
140.
Just a shame Keith never mentions it.
Yeah.
Keith Deller, MBE.
96. 140.
Warming up nicely this game. Yeah,
65.
his worst start is when he brings the body into the throw, is Michelle, when he just lets that arm do the work.
Yeah, the shoulder just gets involved a little bit too much and it closes the
30.
body.
Michelle, you
He has that
require
very,
160.
because he's a lot smaller, he has that very high elbow. And when he gets the timing right, it's almost perfect. Tops.
120.
That was almost perfect. Tops after 12, nonetheless, with Duff back on 191.
58.
Doesn't really put a hole in it.
Michelle, you require 40.
Double checking the score. Been good on the double 10. Now it's a little awkward.
35. Neil, you require 133. $59. Michelle, you require 5.
A bit of composure with his first dart here. That's smack bang in the middle. Perfect. Big dart in this match.
3. Neil, you
Oh.
require 74.
Been a theme of the day for Neil Duff is stepping in and making the opponent pay for any mistake. Can he do it again?
Game shot on the
Well, there's
third
your
leg.
answer.
Neil Duff.
How on earth has Michel lost that leg?
Fourth leg, it's Neil to throw
Yeah,
first.
Only
Game
himself
on.
to blame there. Lots of opportunities. And Neil Duff just picked up those scraps.
6 darts at a double to lead 2-1.
Has been Duff's
100.
worst performance of the day, but he's leading 2-1. You can just scrape one with your B game, with your C game. He was just as good as smashing the 100 average, I promise you.
60. 58. 44.
It's all about Neil Duff. He didn't look at those darts. That's all you want to hear, 44. He's in control of this leg, in control of this match. And he just felt a couple of trebles here.
60.
That's what he was doing yesterday, chattering and talking away to himself. I see the positives in that because that's telling me he's feeling good. He won't like the when he turns around and sees that.
74.
Fantastic darts on Van der Horst.
Are we going to get 4th consecutive break of throw?
60.
Last 3 legs. Michel's at a 180 in leg 2, a 180 in leg 3, and now a 174 in
61.
leg 4.
$45.
The only good thing for Neil Duff at the moment is he's not missing doubles in this match, but his scoring prowess has
100.
gone out the window a little bit. And he set it up.
Deserted him, hasn't it? Although on the back of 62, Michel
85.
may
Michel,
only
you
get
require
1 dart at a
62.
double.
I think based on what we're seeing after 4 legs, probably deserves to be 2-2.
Agreed. And it
Game shot on
is.
the fourth leg. Michelle van der Horst.
Fourth consecutive break of throw.
Fifth leg, it's Michelle to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, that east of Netherlands where Michelle plays with Danny Jansen. Players like Christian Kist and Denny Alder-Coulter
43.
will be in that league as well. So he's getting good quality games as he's come into the MODUS Super Series. And Neil Duff
180.
has awakened.
$58. $100.
Good moments for both players at the moment.
180.
Thank you to John Locken for the information regarding Michelle, because these 180s are pinging in for fun right now.
100.
Great leg of darts on both. Another 180 would be nice here, Michelle. Not to be. You can see the anguish.
62. Neil, you require 121.
Bullseye. Part of me was thinking, why don't you lay up Neil and say to Michelle, well, you don't think I can hit 155, I don't think you can hit 158. But maybe he knew something I didn't.
139.
Oh, there's that shoulder.
Neil, you required 25.
Just falling in on that final dart. So for a fifth consecutive break of throw, double six needed. Long way off the double 12,
Game
but
shot on the
finds
fifth leg. Neil
the
Duff.
bottom end of double six, and it is 3-2. Super
Sixth
little
leg, it's Neil
scrap,
to
this
throw
one.
first. Game on.
This man throwing his dart is leading 3-2, and a large proportion of this match has been second best. That will feel nice.
60.
The way this game has been up and down, a real breakathon. And Michelle continue to pepper that treble 20.
81. 59. 140. 123.
Just beginning to go Michelle's way was this leg, but those couple of treble 20s there for Neil Duff. But Michelle's already had 3 180s in this game. 3 140s.
100.
Good scorer.
It's only an aspect of his game in this match that's off the pace.
177.
And that's the finishing, isn't it? It's
Timing.
just 2 from 10, correct.
Timing of Duff in this match has been, and his finishing
140.
been the highlight.
Neil,
The
you
rest of the
require 82.
positives has come from Michelle. Start with the ball.
That's okay.
Needs to think here. 15 bull is the shot. That's even better.
62.
A match
Michelle, you
start for
require
Duff.
40.
Stops for Michelle. To continue the theme of breaker throws, double 5.
35.
No.
And he's
Neil, you
been that
require
way
20.
before. As Michelle, and Neil Duff has been solid throughout. It was a
Game,
good scrap,
shot,
that,
and the
it's
match.
Neil Duff that
Neil
gets
Duff.
over the winning line. Michelle will have his disappointments because a lot of positivity came from him. But Neil Duff was just picking up those scraps that Michelle left. It was a good fight. It went to 6 legs. Look at the average from Michelle van der Horst. It's a clear sign that he was professional. Bang on 90 average, but look at his doubles checkout. That was the problem there for Neil Duff. He hung in there, finished when he needed to under pressure. Neil Duff is 3 out of 3 today. And another big game keeps on coming. It's Colin McGarry against Matt Clark.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. That man on your screen is Colin McGarry. He's taken on Matt Clark, who has the opportunity to take command of this Group A. He finds himself on 10 points alongside 3 other players at the top of the table after Neil Duff got the better of Michel van der Horst by 4 legs to 2. If Clark wins this one, he's on to 12. Glenn and Chris are on comms.
Thank you very much, Henry. Colin McGarry, I'm probably thinking, how am I on earth at the... Well, not quite at the foot of the table. He's only on 4 points and in 5th position. I think he's been a little hard done by today. And the
First
last
leg,
player,
it's Colin to throw first.
you don't feel like
Game
you're getting
on.
anything out of your day that you want to walk into, is Matt Clark.
Yeah, absolutely. He's thinking exactly the same. I also think that Colin McGarry has something to say this week, whether it's in Group C or Group B. Some players just need a couple of
58.
days here just to get used to the surroundings, the system, the procedures, and he could be one where, because Group C, I think, would open up for Colin McGarry. I think he'd be one of the favourites in that.
Well, we've seen it so often, Glenn, haven't we? A player on debut, not necessarily struggle, but
121.
not quite find their feet, and you get bogged down by the position in your table, and they benefit from that restart mentality on the Thursday where they just feel like it's a
85.
completely fresh start.
I mean, I felt better by simply having an energy bar after game 2 when I played in Group B. So you're learning. So you might think, I'll do this tomorrow. I'll have a sandwich during it to just get your energy levels back to where it wants to be. It's not just a case of getting up there and throwing
60.
24 grams. There's an awful lot of preparation and waiting time. Your
Nervous
mind
energy.
running over, nervous energy. You have to manage all that.
Yep, sure do. Have to
125.
make sure you've got the right type of food in you that's not too sugary, so it becomes too much of a stimulant. You'll get spikes.
81.
A nice, good, clean carb. Plenty of water.
Be a lot of fans for Colin McGarry in the players area now because he acts as that spoiler role now.
41.
A win for
Yes.
Bram or Colin against these guys all on the 10 points is only going to benefit the others. So we're getting to that stage now, but it does set up a fantastic final day here in Group A. It's been an enjoyable Group A, competitive, tight, ups and downs, the flip-flop, the trials and
54.
tribulations. It's yet to be able to pick a winner.
$100.
Yeah, they'll have all played 3 games today after this match. There's only this man in your picture that can go to 12 points.
66. Colin, you require 92.
74 left. These
52.
tops
Matt, you
made
require
a bit of a mess of that.
119.
Rubber 19, single 12, bull.
Treble 20 is the shot now.
$49. Colin, you
Little
require
skew
40.
whiff with a second dart. Chance for McGarry. He's had opportunities this week, as Mace alluded to. This is where the problem arises.
30.
Just not taking them. That has to change.
Yeah.
Matt, you require 70.
And there's just been so much emphasis on the doubles every time. He's not been able to settle on his out shots. Especially those sort of clutch finishes, as you mentioned a lot, between sort of 50 and 80.
50.
Yeah, I expected that to
Colin,
go.
you require 10.
Just felt a little laboured, that one.
Six. Matt, you require 20.
The 21 darts, I didn't think Matt Clark would expect to come back. He has to just clear the mind. That could be too good. Hence the reason he asked him of, can he kiss that barrel? Can he use that first dart?
See it bump off there.
10. Colin, you require 4. Game shot on the first lay. Colin McGarry.
Puff of the cheeks for the chief. Also,
Second
happy
leg, it's
birthday
Matt to throw
today to
first.
Bo
Game
Greaves.
on.
Celebrating her 20th birthday. Hope you have a wonderful day. Hope we get to see Bo here at some point
100.
throughout 2024.
That would be great. We chatted earlier about the Q School players. And people who don't qualify, it'd be good to see this
45.
person, that person. But yeah, number one on the list to see here would be Bo Greaves.
Surprised she didn't do Q School just to have the option of playing on the Challenge and Dev Tour, even if she just played the one day. Which again, that's a daft rule that needs changing.
100.
That's one for you in the PDPA, because you'll get a person turn up, and you don't want them to turn up with the mentality of losing. But if they do win
78.
but have no aspirations of getting a card, they're possibly preventing someone else from progressing.
Yeah,
There should be just an entry option.
Yeah, I've got me first. I've got my own priorities, my own thoughts. Hence the reason I've joined the PDPA on many things.
81.
Got my own opinions. But yeah, there's a few things that can be corrected. Wasn't the biggest fan, as I said, of this new European tour and understand why they're
44.
doing it, but I just feel for all those players. I know what it's like. I played Willie O'Connor and earned 15,000 for losing in the first round. I then went 12 months on the PD circuit and earned 3,000 quid. That's not even minimum wage by a long, long way. So I think we have to protect the players.
100.
It's great. The riches that are there for the top 8, the top 16, make a fantastic living. But it used to be called the golden ticket to be a PDC professional tour card holder.
85.
And I think we have to
Matt,
protect
you
those
require
players from
120.
32 to 128.
Well, I think those outside of the top 64 should be given options to play elsewhere, mainly here, just to give them an opportunity to earn some money that will keep them on the tour.
Clark's given himself an
80.
opportunity on Shanghai there, but no dramas. McGarry is, once again, those first couple of legs, that transition from the practice room to on the stage is not working. He usually kicks in from leg 3, remember,
99.
Colin McGarry?
Matt, you require 40.
Pops for 1-1.
$20. Colin, you require 150.
Bit of a slow burner, this one, both on the hockey and the pace it's being played at. I don't think it's suiting either player right now.
55. Matt, you require
One thing
20.
I will guarantee, Clark gets this. You can find Durrant's tips all over.
That too close?
No score.
That's unlucky.
Colin, you require 95.
17 darts at a double between them at the moment. Just the one being hit so far.
$65. Matt, you required 20.
I'm a big believer style makes fights, but like I said, it was a good game between them
57.
yesterday. Don't think it's suiting either player. The focus and everything is there with Clark, but the quality in this match, it isn't.
125. $40.
Yeah, last 128 at Q School, Jim McEwen versus Spellman, and both averaging 103 at the moment.
Wowzers, what a draw that is.
100.
Better from Clark. 125 and a ton. And that's Burr McGarry on.
125.
It was the 2 180s for McGarry yesterday. Had a couple.
100.
Second game today. Cracker with Neil Duff. That's an area of the game if he's going to win it this week.
97.
We'll have to improve. We'll have to up that ratio.
This leg in the balance. Not now.
140. 58. Matt, you required 36.
Don't think he'll go 16 double 10. No Luke Littler.
Game shot on the third leg. Matt Clark.
Outshot there from Matt Clark. But does get a break of throw. Closes
Fourth
the
leg,
gap
it's
to
Matt
just
to throw
one.
first. Game on. $140.
Yes, Clark is certainly awakened now, but one from 16 on the outer ring.
$121.
Beginning to find it now, isn't he?
99. $60.
Keeping thought is Matt Clark and 262, 60 points ahead.
$140.
Oh, looking good for a level game for Matt Clark.
Scores a 140, 99, 140 Mace.
Tidy enough
60.
that.
Matt, you require
That's the
122.
Matt Clark we expected from leg one. He looks at the score of 260 there. Doesn't need to go on the 18s. He has. So will he go for the bull if he hits the treble? Well, that's out the equation as well.
54.
Well, I don't mind that shot because effectively you can have 3 darts aiming at the same treble if you don't hit it in darts 1 or 2.
180. Matt, you
If you
require
do it the 54
68.
for a start, suppose you got the option of 36 for 32 or 60 for double 4.
$36.
Yeah, he expected that to go.
Colin,
And
you
like I said, that
require
180
80.
setup play from McGarry. One of those legs that I talk about, never in it. Should get a chance. That is a fabulous start. This is for a 3-1 lead.
70.
That would have been
Matt,
a
you
real
require
steal.
32. $16.
I don't know about you, Mace, but yes, I know we talk about his
Colin,
methodical
you
play,
require
but
10.
it's plain. Even slower.
5.
Maybe try it to be too perfect.
Matt, you require 16.
rubbing his arms. I don't know if he's feeling it or if it's just a little bit cold in there for him. But he's back for another chance.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Matt Clark.
He's blowing on his fingers there. Maybe it's just that, but somehow, after 4 legs, we're 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
That has been the problem for the pair of them so far.
Yeah, 33 darts at a double between them. Only 4 hit.
100.
Colin McGarry, that's his 5th 100 score, but 0 140s in this match. He did have that fantastic 180 setup.
$60. $140.
And just as I said, he doesn't have a 140 on his CV in this match. Bang.
Of course.
$85.
It's a pity I haven't got Scott Mitchell with me, Chris, because on this day in
100.
2015, he became the Lakeside champion. That was
100.
quicker.
Colin, you
Them
require
3 darts had a lot more
161.
rhythm, Matt Clark. Much better from McGarry. Doesn't need to do this, remember. He just sent he wants a bit of a spark. And from
137.
absolutely nowhere, you've got to say, Colin McGarry after 12 darts. This has been a very laboured game. You can see he's fighting with himself. He knows the situation.
Yeah, this leg, 100, 140, 100, 137. 24 after 12, and just the
82.
timing's just slightly off
Colin,
with
you
Matt Clark.
require 24.
Double 12.
Game shot on the fifth
When he gets in the
leg.
end for a
Colin
15
McGarry.
darter, McGarry leads this match 3-2.
Sixth leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
I like that. I like the fact that he's bouncing around. He's trying to motivate himself. And I've seen Colin McGarry turn round and, you know, in the home internationals, the Six Nations, etc.
101.
And he would feed off a crowd. I think that might be something new to him that he's playing in front of nobody here. It's just him and the dartboard.
140.
But he's finding something all of a sudden, and Matt Clark looks more laboured than normal, and I think that's to his detriment.
Yeah, it could be. Times the more sedate players can fall into the trap of trying to be too perfect.
140.
That was nearly perfection.
Look at McGarry's thrown over his head there. He's just desperate to get on with this game, and that's the challenge that you have when you play a more slower player.
54.
Matt Clark doesn't change, hasn't changed for 25 years, 30 years. This is what he does. But the frustration when you're playing someone that slow means that you try then to speed up. So
Yeah.
this is more of a mind battle for Colin McGarry right now, necessarily than what's going on the dartboard.
Yeah, you've got to find something to
100.
occupy your time. Because as you can see now, he's ready to go. He's almost over his shoulder.
I remember, I think Gavin Price actually, if he brushed past my ears, you know, he just literally wanted to
31.
get on with the game.
Matt, you require 160.
I had a similar thing with Scott Mitchell in the Super League Champions Cup thing. I whistled one past his ear roll.
I remember people would often talk about Justin Piper. Actually, when he got
60.
to the hockey and collected his darts, he was ultra quick. He was just slow in the process of throwing the darts. But someone like Matt Clark is quite laboured in getting the darts in and out as well.
60. Matt, you require 100.
To go all the way.
$60.
Well, his last setup play in the previous leg, McGarry was a 180. Not to be here. He would have the darts in the last leg, McGarry. He is beginning to find the treble 20 with a lot more ease. Still favoured for this match. Matt Clark has had his real trouble, just 2 from 21 on the outer ring. So have I got any confidence? Well, he does like a double 10 is the positive.
If there was a noise at the back of the room.
Game shot on the 6th leg.
We are going the distance.
Seventh and final leg. It's Colin to throw first. Game on.
Fair play to McGarry there, very sportsman. Like. Start with at least a treble.
100.
Gets the treble.
I think he was just making sure there wasn't an issue.
Yeah, we're on a main road as well, and sometimes there can be an ambulance or something at the back. But that's not a good sign when that affects you. That's a clear sign that you ain't playing well, because I promise you, when you are playing good, you can't hear a brass band behind you.
59.
Big 3 darts to McGarry here. He can take real control of this leg and match. Single treble every time he goes.
60.
Chance for Clark.
$40.
The chance here for McGarry to take control, and he's doing that here
140.
now. 201 points in front, minus these.
$78.
Yeah, he's going through it, Matt Clark, in this game. He wants my opinion. I think he needs to find a little bit more better rhythm. And right now,
95.
Colin McGarry is sprinting to the winning line.
Strong deciding leg. Say only a max
140.
would change things, because McGarry still 6 at 106.
I was about to say only Matt Clark could win this game, really. Double 16 for the match. It was a slow burner again, but a fantastic ending there from Colin McGarry. I think there was a bit of an issue after the 5th leg. They'll sort it out, no problems whatsoever. I think Matt Clark will just be disappointed the way that the outcome of that game in the end. But for Colin McGarry, he was the one who found something after that 5th leg, and the best was saved till the end. McGarry wins by 4 legs to 3. As we move on to an all-Dutch affair, it's Michel van der Horst against Bram van Dijk. That's up next.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. So before the break, we saw Colin McGarry get the better of Matt Clark in a last leg decider 4-3. And it now means we've got a very tight-looking Group A table after 3 rounds for the day. 8 fixtures all told. And as you can see, the top 4 have all tied on 10 points respectively. Clark from Worsley, from Van der Horst and Neil Duff. Boy, has Tuesday changed the shape of this Group A table. Colin McGarry with that victory before the break just keeps himself interested in behind on 6 points, but he's going to have a real spur between now and the end of the group. Not just to even look at winning it, just to get into Group B. Bram van Dijk at the bottom of the table on 2 points respectively. And he's in action now against Michel van der Horst, looking to get back on the horse after losing 4-2 to Neil Duff in his previous match. And watching this one down in commentary, it's Chris and Glenn.
Thank you, Henry. Yeah, Michel with the opportunity here to go back top of the table and move on to 12 points. Coming up next is John Worsley and Colin McGarry. So McGarry not too long to wait before getting back on that stage after picking up a really important win against Matt Clark. So we could see McGarry close the gap, but I was impressed with Worsley last time out. Bit of a mixed bag
60
for Michel so far today. Has picked up a win in between 2 defeats.
125.
Yeah, that win was absolutely fantastic. Very similar to what he did to Bram van Dijk yesterday, where he was a comfortable 4-0 winner in that one. That'll still be on the mind.
Yeah, he averaged 97,
80.
didn't he? And he was 4 out of 4 against John Worsley in that 4-0 win.
Yeah, the first thing I can see visually is the pace of this game compared to that previous one, but I hold no apologies for Matt Clark. That's what he does. That's the challenge that players have when you play against him. There's no rules, but this one you can clearly
72.
see where the pace has been played a lot quicker. And just, I don't know about you, Mace, but I can't think of a player under the age of 20 who throws a dart slowly these days. The modern player plays so quick.
Yeah, and well, it's all muscle memory, isn't it?
60.
And of course, players that do take up the sport young will have that ability.
This is ability to double 8. That is what Bram van Dijk is all about. Even when he was losing games this week, I was impressed with him. I was impressed with the throw. And like you said, he's just he will evolve as a player. And moments like that will hold him in good stead. Finding it with real ease right now is young Bram.
Yeah, when you think of players like Luke Humphries, like Michael Smith, like Luke Littler, like Joe Cullen, they're all very similar in having that sort of languid, easy on the eye throw, and this is very similar.
Yeah, I tell the story of just going behind the scenes of a Premier League and just watching these phenomenally quick players just pinging 180s for fun in practice. And I was like, every dart was difficult because I had to get warmed up. These young players now, and so don't be worrying about Littler doing the Premier Leagues and doing this. He just, at 16-year-old, just wants to play darts.
60.
That. If like most 16-stroke 17-year-olds, he could probably sleep on a washing line. So
yeah,
he'll be fine.
Yeah, I looked at. I had a Super League book when I played 16-year-old and
59.
The same age that he was. I averaged 48. It was 16 points something in a 4-3 win over Greg Rains. And I thought I was an absolute superstar.
94. $137. Michelle, you require 170.
16 was the age I didn't play anymore. Oh, for another 170. Oh, the weight of dart was pretty perfect.
70.
Just lost the line.
He's having some serious ups and downs, but isn't that nice? I'd like to think these two are really building up a relationship as speaking the same language in that practice room. And wow.
Yeah, and giving Bram some advice and guidance.
Bram van Dijk.
Well, not too much. That's two fantastic finishes there. The 1-3-6, and that was just as impressive.
Michelle to throw first. Game on.
Nathan Gervin picking up a second win on the
140.
Q School. Alan Sherritt currently 3-0 up on Ryan Hogarth, averaging 94.
125.
One of the lads I'm working with, he's doing a lot better than yesterday as well. He's
97.
2-1 up in his game at the moment.
29.
Yeah, just a bit more consistency for Bram. If Brian Roman is watching and working with him, some very
58.
straightforward routines just to help with that consistency of the game. The brilliance is there from this young man. Too many darts just flying about and too many going underneath the treble
92.
20. Jump the hurdle.
Yeah, that could be varying things. That could be
39.
just gripping the dart a little bit too tight, in the tricep.
The best dart I threw last week, I was feathering the dart, but because I was in such a bad place, I was gripping it so tight.
133.
And that just
Michelle, you require
constitutes to
167.
low darts, doesn't it?
Lower darts.
$81.
Good game
Bram,
this.
you require
This is
122.
two fantastic finishes so far from Van Dijk. And he's 7-7 away from a cracker.
108.
Ooh,
Michelle,
good
you
effort.
require 86.
Kevin Painter through to the round of 64.
61. Bram,
Nudged
you
the ball
require
out.
14.
Yeah, so near yet so far. We said that a couple of times for Michelle.
Game
Just way
shot, the
wide
third
in the bed
leg.
there, so you
Bram
could only
Van
see
Dijk.
that left-hand side of the 7-7, so he just quietly moved across there and smashed it into
Full
7-7.
leg,
This
it's
is the
Bram to
game of the
throw
week so
first.
far from Bram Van
Game
Dijk.
on.
Much to the dismay of Michelle van der Horst. Why me?
40.
Certain things he's got to eliminate from his game, but they're doable in my
60.
opinion.
Yeah, no, I
With-
like what I
with-
say.
With some right kind of coaching and just put him through some certain routines that will
100.
aid him to do more of that rather than more of what he did in the visit before.
I get so many young players, they just want to hit 180s. I'm the wrong person to come and see for that.
62.
A session with me, Mace, in the 2-hour session, a session with me, for 90 minutes, you only throw 3 darts at treble 20.
96.
The last half hour is, I won't lie, is very heavy on the scoring side of things, but for 90 minutes, just the 3 darts.
60.
Just the rhythm, the
57.
confidence. Listen to the sound of that dart going into the dartboard there. He's feeling good. The rhythm's good. And the outcome so
60.
far has been very positive. Can he set this 208 up? It's his to lose from here, remember.
96.
Well, yesterday, Mace, it was 4-0 to Michelle in this game. Roles reversal maybe here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's looking the most likely.
96.
That's
Yeah,
not a good
missed
sign
Bram, you
either.
require 112.
Treble 16.
88. $89. Bram, you require 24.
And in record quick time, this is for the match.
Double 6.
12.
It would have been
Michelle, you require 74.
around 8 minutes. Yep, gets it. Double 16.
58.
Ooh.
Bram,
Yeah.
you require 12.
I think I thought that was in there. Hold yourself together.
Game,
And he gets
shot,
over the line. It
and
was
the
a
match.
4-0 victory
Bram Van
yesterday for
Dijk.
Michelle van der Horst against Bram van Dijk. And a total roles reversal as Bram van Dijk gets his first win of the day, the obligatory fist pump, and an excellent performance from the young man, 84.68. Some fantastic finishes, the 136 being the highlight. Excellent darts from Bram van Dijk as we move on to the next game. The return of John Worsley, and he plays Colin McGarry.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where it feels like no one wants to be the leader of Group A at this present moment in time. Bram van Dijk picking up his first win of the day, defeating Michel van der Horst by 4-0. So both Clark and Michel have had opportunities to top the group on 12 points. John Worsley has that opportunity to do so now. He takes on Colin McGarry, and if the Chief can win this game, he'll go within 2 points of the top of the table. The drama continues with Glenn and Chris.
Thank you, Henry. Yeah, big game for both players here for differing reasons. John Worsley's the 2-5 favourite, 7-4 about McGarry. The rhythm of this one will certainly suit both.
First leg, it's John
These
to
two
throw first.
Locked
Game on.
horns yesterday. It was a decent quality game. McGarry beaten 4-2. His 2 winning legs were a 117 checkout and a 156.
60.
John Worsley averaged just shy of 95. Colin McGarry averaged just over 90. That's always a good sign. That means the tempo suits
100.
both, and that's the reference we make to styles making fights. Well, the tempo of a dart match can determine frequently its quality.
120.
Something else to take into consideration. I mean, Colin McGarry's just spent nearly 28 minutes on this hockey as well, so he'll be used to the surroundings and everything. So he's just had a quick
46.
turnaround because the previous game there was absolutely rapid. So a lot of it favours Colin McGarry here, but I do like John Worsley this week. He's lots and lots of positives.
Yeah,
Interesting match.
83.
that last match, 8 minutes, 37 seconds. The one before it, featuring McGarry against Matt Clark, 23 minutes and
59.
4 seconds.
What about the second leg?
Well done, Glenn. You did a funny.
Don't let that get out. Boring
42.
does it, remember, but this group has been far from boring, and just something Henry mentioned there that nobody wants to go top. If Colin McGarry goes to this game, I mean, it's just all crunched up, isn't it? I mean, it's going to be a fascinating end of today. Incredible day tomorrow
60.
planned. You know, please stay with us.
Well, if McGarry can win his final 2 games, there's an opportunity for him to potentially go on to win the group tomorrow.
Just starts games very slowly.
180.
Once again, hasn't come out the traps at all as Colin, and John Worsley with that 180 there has put himself in a terrific position to hold throw.
59. John, you require 16.
What kind of preparation Gary has done for this week?
No
It was
score.
actually, before I played, I was playing best of sevens, and I was playing one and then having 10 minutes in between them. No point playing
99.
for 3 and
John,
4
you
hours
require
at a time because
16.
you're not going to be doing that.
Yeah, very much the theory of Bobby George, which I might touch on right at the moment. Though it's about John Worsley, who's having double trouble here. Dominated this leg, remember.
Game shot on the first leg.
Delighted to see
John
that one going at
Worsley.
the end because McGarry was just beginning to sit pretty.
Second leg,
McGarry
it's Colin
has
to throw
to start
first.
right now.
Game on.
See Worsley just looking around. He's just trying to get that anger in his body. He's trying to get that adrenaline running through there.
60.
McGarry, again, just a really disappointing start.
$42. $100.
Very nearly a
140.
second max for Worsley.
$98. $70.
Just not having the consistency here is Worsley, which is, you can see the frustration in them darts. He's pinging the treble 20. Those nasty lateral drifts into the fives.
113.
That transition to the 18s that McGarry was spot on. Looking good for 1-1 the way Worsley is spraying these about. I think Henry is absolutely spot on at the beginning of this. Nobody wants to go top of this table.
125. Colin, you require 130. $81. John, you require 124.
The one treble needed in his first 2 darts for Worsley. Starting treble 20. He's got it, so we go at the 14's bed. Will be the bullseye.
Game shot on
And
the
that's the
second
difference
leg.
from 1-1
John
and
Worsley.
2-2. McGarry had the chance at the bullseye. And that's nice from there from the chief, but inside he'd be
Third leg,
raging.
it's John to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, lovely little 15 darter to break straight back. To break throw to lead 2-0, and he's in again.
180.
What a difference 20, 30 seconds can make. It was looking tight. It was looking in the balance. McGarry has a dart for 1-1. And all of a sudden he's 2-0.
45.
Opens up with 180. His opponent does nothing. Now we're looking at one-way traffic. All in the space of 30 seconds.
$58. 59. $60.
Quite simply, a maximum needed from McGarry. He hasn't had many this week. Maybe he's fallen flat. It was a big win
59.
over Matt Clark in the end. He won't have liked the circumstances of it, but it was a big 2 points, and
I wonder how much of that's taken out of him.
I sort of as a positive. You know, the fact that he's had all that time on the hockey. I mean,
97.
like you've just touched on there, could be the absolute polar opposite.
$60. John, you require
Everything looking
106.
a little forced.
Tops for a 3-0 lead.
86.
See the players just looking to the left. There's a big TV screen with the scores, and you can see Worsley looking and seeing 2-7-8 and thinking,
58.
Thank
John,
you very
require
much.
20.
for a comfortable lead, you have to be set.
Game shot on the
That's
third
exactly
leg.
what it is. Worsley
John
leads.
Worsley.
3 legs to 0.
Fourth leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
The one dart of the double for Colin McGarry so far, and that was at the bullseye. So a real dominant performance here from John Worsley. This what it would mean to the table if Worsley was to win this match. We'll talk about how tight
40.
it is, but that is a real lift when you go to the practice room and you're seeing yourself at the top on the 12 points, and you say to the others, "Now over to you."
60.
John Worsley's final game of the day will be our final game of the day, and it'll be against
85.
quite out of sorts Matt Clark.
But wouldn't it be typical of Clark to go back to the best that he can produce?
Well, Worsley has no issues with the
140.
pace of that one. He got the better of Matt Clark yesterday, 4-2 with a 92.5.
140.
I'm not saying I'm hungry, Ian Mace, but every time he walks back, Colin McGarry, I keep thinking I see the word chef
100.
on the back.
You need some therapy for that, mate.
100.
Better from McGarry.
Well, we are going out for a curry later. Are you a curry man?
I love a curry house, but I think you'd be disappointed in what I order. So.
105. Colin, you
Omelette
require
and chips.
136.
They don't do no parmos down here, pal.
58. John, you require 96.
It's been polished. Been one-way traffic. Treble 17 away. 4 double top. But a 4-0 victory.
56.
Any
Colin, you
closer,
require
and it's in.
78.
Double 12. Double 6 to save it.
66. John, you require 40.
This match has all been about John Worsley. Previous game was 4-0. Been
Game,
some
shot,
tight affairs,
and the
but it's John
match.
Worsley who
John
goes
Worsley.
top of the table. He is the first player to go to 12 points against a real out-of-sorts Colin McGarry. He'll be frustrated with that performance, but John Worsley will be delighted. That 1-2-4 finish was great, round about the 90 average. He moves top of the table, and it's Neil Duff up next, and he plays Matt Clark.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where John Worsley's back to winning ways and back to the top of the table. He puts himself onto 12 points following a 4-0 success against Colin McGarry, and one of Neil Duff or Matt Clark is going to join him on that dozen figure. They go toe-to-toe in our dozenth game of the day, and it's being watched by Glenn and Chris.
Thank you very much, Henry. This will be a bit of a test
First
here
it's Neil
for
to throw
both.
first. Game on.
Last time out, of course, Matt went down 4-3 to McGarry in a real long, drawn-out affair, a low-key
41.
performance.
Well, just before we start this game, I always try to get the word of the day in. But I think Henry's just given me it.
59.
Is it a word or because I like it?
$60.
Which Clark are we going to get? Spoke so positively about him for a couple of days. Just feel he's hit the skids a little bit, but that is a lot quicker
45.
throw. I think he's just trying to find his rhythm, and the beauty of the MODUS Super Series that you can be on, off in a couple of games, and
Yeah, you can go out there and
100.
go out to the practice room, work on a few things, come out and try and put it right.
just my assessment, and if Matt's one of them players who'll watch it back, it was just that previous game, he was just too slow. And as a methodical player myself, that's when you can start overthinking
100.
things on there, and you're trying to search for that rhythm, that replication, and already after 9 darts, they're better than every dart you threw in that previous game for me.
Yeah, you're trying to put them into certain spots in the treble 20 rather than just rely on just your natural feel and ability. He is very much an aimer. Everything straight down the dominant right eye.
140.
You can see him sight the dart at the end of the backswing, where Neil's sort of in between, isn't he? He has a sight, and then
100.
the elbow drops, and it's more muscle memory, more of a thrower.
Whereas watch the elbow here of Matt Clark. Very low, very high. Oh, we didn't get to see the end of that there, but he's one of them unique players where the elbow comes high up.
Well, that's what James Wade had some reels issues with, didn't he, at one point?
75.
One of my favourite throws as Duff looks at treble 70, so big 18.
35.
In a few
Matt,
big numbers missed
64.
today. Didn't expect that from Duff. He's looked the player of the day for me so far. Which Matt Clark are we going to get? The one who's super solid with one dart in his hand for a double? Let's find out. Same process. Is it the same outcome?
32. Neil, you require 40.
Oh, that's awkward.
30. Matt, you require 32.
It's in a bit of tension out there now. It's so closely packed.
Game
top
shot on
four.
the first leg. Matt Clark.
Worsley on 12. A win here for Matt
Second
Clark.
leg,
He'll
it's Matt to
join
throw
Worsley on
first.
12.
Game on.
Duff and Van der Horst currently on 10 points.
It's as tight as it can be.
85.
Player of the day so far will be left frustrated with that first leg. Well, there's that attribute about tenacity and fight. He's got to
43.
find something and not let things beat him up like he was yesterday. These are the first real difficult moments of the day for Neil Duff. And the one intriguing thing I see on Matt Clark's is watch the elbow start very low. There's this unique style of lifting.
137.
Well, the elbow lifts as he sights the dart, because he sights the target down the dart as he draws it back. It is very unusual.
And the total
55.
opposite with Neil Duff, where he started fairly high, like many players, including myself. That elbow just sort of dips a little bit. Classic aim, very upright. There's no elevation. Just as simple
93.
as a dart can be thrown. Duff has that unique elevation of bending over to the left.
100.
Oh, absolute control of the leg here. Gonna try and work around that. A little risky.
28.
He's paid the price.
Yeah, Duff was out of this leg there. Nice and simple 6 darts there from Matt Clark. Could go upstairs now. I think when you see 303, you're thinking 719s.
61.
Yeah, but that's where you've got to be a bit
Matt, you
more
require
creative.
158.
Yeah, speaking of creative, I mean, if we're harping on about Luke Littler, then please tell me, but his board management up there with the very, very best, and the pace he plays at as well.
98.
Yeah, during doing the commentary for TalkSport, I was having to keep notes, and then after the matter is then work out why he's gone that way. And yeah, it's just so much more advanced now.
140. Matt, you require 60.
So, big 20, stand back, hit tops. There's the big 20.
$20.
Well, it just didn't feel like
Neil, you require
Duff was ever in this leg
102.
until that visit of 28.
I don't think it's not the first time I've said today where a player's not been in it, and now Duff is a dart away, because that game
82.
should not have been 1-1, but he had the chance to do it.
Matt, you require 40.
You don't expect Clark to miss in this scenario.
Yeah, normally so reliable in situations like this. Those two are an absolute bus ride away for him.
20. Neil, you require 20. Game show on the second
Neil
leg.
Duff steps
Neil
in
Duff.
and says, "Thank you very much. I'll have a bit of that."
Third leg, it's Neil to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, surprised to see Scott Taylor have a bad couple of days. Charlie Large.
60.
He's out Jim McEwen. He was involved in an absolute thrill with Alex Spellman, who for me is he's top draw, that guy. Top draw.
Yeah,
He'll be a good addition, won't he, to the PDC?
Yeah, I do watch a lot of the CDC
44.
stuff from Canada and America, so I've been sort of watching his progression over the last couple of years, and then of course we've had him here at the Super Series, where I thought he was outstanding, performed very, very well.
Yeah, Jacob Taylor was another one.
139.
He was very good.
I was having a good chat with John Part regarding the state of Canadian dart right now, and there was a few names he
81.
gave me, and John Part's still going today.
He's still going. Another very impressive young player, Thomas Banks. Is
81.
currently 4-2 up on Pete Burgoyne, averaging 99. Kevin Painter's still going in the round of 64.
He'd ruffle a few
97.
feathers. What's on the throw here of Neil Duff? He's 50 ahead.
$80.
Good last dart to keep him in control of this leg, and at least 2 trebles needed for Clark.
$57. Neil, you require 141. $91.
Neil Duff's final game is against Bram van Dijk, where he'd be a big favourite in that game. He can get through this match with Matt Clark. Moving Tuesday would belong to Neil Duff. With
81.
5 wins out of 5.
Neil, you require 50.
I may be looking too far ahead, but he's a chance here to lead 2-1 in this game.
Game shot on the third leg.
Well, had a
Neil
little
Duff.
chunter to himself, but it worked because he nailed the double 10.
Fourth leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
Surprised Duff didn't go to Q School or with the MODUS Super
No,
Series,
I
the
think-
seniors.
Yeah, I think he's. I've heard him have a couple of interviews with
140.
Phil Bars, and yeah, he's quite content. He wants to play some WDF stuff, the Super Series here, of course, and the
45.
seniors, which seems to be going from strength to strength.
Didn't we see Robert Thornton's name yesterday?
Yeah, Robert Thornton's
Not
there.
today, though.
No, I haven't seen it today. Maybe he's done like most who don't really want a tour card, but want the option
100.
of being able to play on the Challenge Tour. And of course, if they do well, they become first reserves, because I think there's going to be a lot of people with the midweek Pro Tours now
57.
that won't be able to get the time off work. So I think there'll be plenty of options for spaces available for non-tour card holders.
Yeah, that was my original plan. What I'd like to do. I'd like to have got on the Challenge Tour, but I just knew my throw is still not where I'd want it to be. So I think it's a good decision by
100.
Robert Thornton. I think it's important to be active and to be playing regular, and seems a good choice. I mean, he might have played today. I might have just missed his name, but it would make sense. I think that's what Painter was doing, Andy Hamilton.
85. Matt, you require 161. $97. $58. Matt, you require 64.
Sixteens, double 8.
$48.
Neil Duff a long way back.
$100. Matt, you require 16. Game shot on the fourth
Yes, we've got
leg.
parity,
Matt
2-2.
Clark.
Neil Duff looking a frustrated man right now.
Yeah,
Fifth
Matt
leg,
Clark
it's Neil
doing
to
what
throw first.
Matt Clark
Game
does,
on.
grinding away.
$60.
Saying to yourself, don't show no emotion. Don't give Matt Clark absolutely anything, but can drill you down, can Matt Clark. But, I highlight the word but, this is definitely quicker than his previous
121.
game, 100%.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely.
$45.
Remember, the winner of this game would join John Worsley on 12 points. There is that added importance to this
100.
match.
Yeah, that's the incentive. Getting a win here.
140.
After a day and 3 quarters, would you say Worsley is the man, really? Do you think he's showed the most consistency?
I think he's shown the higher ceiling currently,
140.
but he has been a little hit and miss at times.
I think we can say that for an awful lot of the
60.
players.
Matt, you require
Duff's
140.
feeling it at the moment. Remember, this is Duff's throw. He's beginning to think he's throwing this match away. Matt Clark has taken real control here. 6 starts from 140.
And he'll be throwing for the match if he can convert. Quick update.
45.
Alan Sherrock and Adrian Gray into a last leg shootout. Alan having the throw.
140. Matt, you require
Well,
95.
Matt was in total control at 140 with 6 starts, but that big 5 there, 95 is not the nicest. 76 left. You don't often think of Matt Clark with double-double.
That would be a surprise to me.
Sweet, to be fair. Neil Duff hasn't got a clue what's going on.
87.
Wow, and it
Neil,
nudged
you
against the
require
wire.
56.
So from absolutely nowhere, after a 140, a 60 and a 140, it's tops. Can he use it?
Game shot.
Sure
at fifth
can.
leg.
That was the biggest
Neil
start of the
Duff.
match, Mace. It was a cracking marker, but the way they've been playing, and with the missed start at the double,
Sixth
Neil
leg,
Duff
it's
has led
Matt
a
to
bit of a
throw
charm
first.
life
Game
today.
on.
Didn't we say that yesterday about Michelle van der
We
Horst?
did.
And for Duff now, he'll be relaxed in this
100.
leg. There won't be an awful lot of nerves or tension as he throws in this leg, because he knows the last leg where the tension probably would come back, but he would have the darts. You do feel more free when you're throwing the darts in
60.
this situation here.
$100.
Last game was 4-3 Matt Clark, and he was on the wrong end of that. The type of player, when it goes tight, when it goes the distance, he usually comes out on top of them.
97.
Yeah, he has that great ability to just grind and doesn't get too bogged down with the standard of the game. He just worries about
100.
collecting points, and that's probably why he's been so successful here and so consistent.
54. $140.
Giving up on this leg now, and that's not always such a bad thing.
81. Matt, you require 61.
Neil Duff will be actually wanting Matt Clark to hit this 61 so he can get on with that last leg.
Yeah. Alan does progress into the round of 32 with a 5-4 win over Adrian Gray.
53. $97.
Well,
Matt, you require 8.
would give him a chance. You don't expect Clark to miss in this situation. However, he's only 2 from 13 on the doubles in this match, and that's wild. It's getting interesting.
6.
Well, Neil Duff
Neil, you require
112
112.
to win it here.
Well, I called it a freebie leg, and I think you're giving up halfway through.
38. Matt, you require 2.
Or big with the first start.
Game shot on the 6th leg. Matt Clark.
We are going the distance again. Both players shaking the head away, but now you've just got to focus on the last
7th
leg
final leg. It's
decider.
Neil to throw first.
I don't know about
Game
you,
on.
Macy. There's a million things going through your mind. I used to pretend I was playing local league. I used to pretend that one leg match that you grew up on. These are the opportunities. But the fact that you're thrown first is big advantage.
60.
And all of a sudden now, Matt Clark will be delighted to hear that score. His scoring looks good. Just when he gets down to a
100.
double, he's had 41 darts at a double in his past 2 games as Matt Clark.
Yeah,
He's getting his money's worth on the stage anyway, isn't he?
getting his hockey time.
95.
As I said, he usually wins these tight battles. That's why he's called the grinder. Why we label him that. However, against Colin McGarry, it was Colin who won that 7-leg, and he looked really down. He looked really
60.
angry, did Matt. I think he come out in this game with a more purpose, a bit more pace to his game. Will it be a different outcome? It's still in the hands of Duff, especially after that treble.
140.
Certainly be feeling a whole lot better now. 35 in front.
And remember, Duff will fancy his last game of the day against
60.
Bram van Dijk. So these 206 points here from Neil Duff. He could be on his way to the perfect day.
100.
Just seen a game pop up on my screen. Dan Reed versus Chaz Barstow. That's a real
That's a
Super
real
Series.
MODUS Super Series, yeah.
a real Super Series special.
60. Neil, you require 106.
That's another match that's gone the distance. But the first person who's going to have a match dart is Neil Duff.
86. 100. Neil, you require 20.
Here we go again.
Game, shot.
4
and the
wins
match.
out of 4 for Neil Duff. It wasn't pretty at times there, but that's what you have to do there. The kind of games you're involved in here at the MODUS Super Series. And he'll be chuffed to pieces to get over the winning line. His double 5 is never the easiest start. And for Matt Clark, he's been involved in 2 7-leggers, and he's come on the wrong end. But the statistic there for Matt Clark, 3 from 17. That's been his Achilles heel. Great day so far for Neil Duff. Final games for all the players up next now. First of all, it's Colin McGarry against Michelle van der Horst.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Matt Clark found himself involved in another last leg decider, but it was Neil Dove that managed to get on the right side of the 4-3 scoreline. Let's have a look and see what the last round's worth results has done to the league table, because as you can see, John Worsley and now Neil Duff, who's gone 4 from 4 so far today, are both top of the table. Matt Clark and Michel van der Horst both on 10 points respectively. Colin McGarry on 6 and Brad van Dijk detached down on 4 points. McGarry's involved in his last game of the day. He takes on Michel van der Horst. He wins this one. He puts himself in good stead in the race for Group B place on Thursday and Friday night respectively. Van der Horst is looking to get himself level on points with the top of the table again. In comms, Glenn Durran, Chris Mason.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yeah, it's very much how Colin McGarry bounces back here. A heavy defeat at the hands of John Worsley last time out. And identical for Michel, both players beaten 4-0.
Yeah, it's been very competitive as a Group A, but it was that interesting 20 minutes where the pair of these lost 4-0. A good chance to bounce back. I think it's more important for Michel, really, if he's going to just not get detached from that top of the table overnight. I think Colin McGarry will probably be looking at Group C, Group B at best. Maybe just to put a fantastic performance in to end the day, really. But I think it's more about the man collecting his darts out right now. He's currently in 4th place on 10 points, but he can join Worsley and Duff on 12 and then have an attack tomorrow.
100. 125. 100. 121.
Decent start from both here. Absolutely plump.
140. Michel, you require 130.
They just climb above that first dart. Can't do it. Chance here for McGarry.
94.
Excellent
Colin,
leg
you
of darts
require
from both.
76.
After 12 darts, Van der Horst sat on 36. And that's not what you want on 76. Hence the little chatter, but that's brilliant.
44. Michel, you
Close it
require
out
36.
for a older throw. So an opportunity for the break. Edging closer.
18. Colin, you require 32.
Well, before a dart was thrown, I said the winner of Group A could be the one with the best doubling statistics. For me, has remained the same. Scoring's been great in this match. Double 4 here for Colin. What your brain can do when you're up there.
28. Michel, you require 18. Nine.
I think it's a case
Colin,
that
you
first
require
dart was just
4.
too good.
Two.
Well,
Michel,
I
you
said this was
require
an
9.
excellent first leg from both. And now it's a horror show for both.
5. Colin, you require 2.
I might have won this leg.
Game shot on the first leg. Colin McGarry.
16 darts at the double between
Second
them
leg,
there.
it's Michel to throw first. Game on.
That's nice. I like that.
I reckon I could have won that one.
93. 59.
Did you practice with anyone in the when you played here? Because I was very much alone last week. My choice, by the way. So I'm just the reason I'm asking is They can barely hit a double between them today, the guys.
140.
I'm just wondering, as a practice session, you would normally do finishes.
Yeah, well, normally I do the usual thing of the 1-2-1 to 170, just as a
140.
loosener and just to sharpen up. And then I do a thing where I got it 2 double ones on the same visit before I can move on to 2 double twos all the way around and
57.
2 balls. But there was nobody on my session that they were quite chilled out because it was like a load of the old boys. Most of them were sat down and reminiscing, and
94.
I was sort of like, does anybody want to? And they were like, no. So I was very much on my own, and those kind of routines, they're very hard to do on your own to
57.
stay switched on. So yeah, I didn't tend to do it.
I'm just trying to fathom. I mean, the scoring lovely, which is telling me they're throwing an awful lot of data treble 20 in the
100.
practice
Michelle, you
area.
require 154.
Well, they can barely hit a dart or a double, and I thought he was going to smack in a 154 there, but that's second
138.
best.
Colin, you require 108.
Options on 108.
$45. Michelle, you require 16.
Any double trouble this time?
Game shot on the second leg.
Much
Michelle
better.
van der Horst.
That's been the problem early
Third
doors
leg,
in
it's
this match
Colin
for
to
these
throw
two.
first. Game
Scoring's
on.
been great. Scoring's been absolutely fine. Once again, back in the treble 20 bed. Are we going to see our first 180?
140. $180.
He does like a 180, does Michael?
$55.
Had a good attempt at a 9 dart. Yes, it was the real highlight of Group A so far. He had the 170 finish as well, so the
59.
good moments have been with Michelle so far. But today's been all about Neil Duff. 4 wins out of 4. He's looking a heavy favourite to go through the card today. And something you alluded to before a dart was thrown today, Mess.
60.
Got to be careful here. Well, cancel that.
84. $82.
Yeah, it might take someone like Neil Duff to just have a chat with Colin to say, I mean, this is just the first part of the week. I'm just looking at that Group C. And if
92.
Colin McGarry
Colin,
does
you
go into
require
that.
164.
Well capable of finishing the top 2 in that, that's for sure. You're seeing yourself at the bottom of the table all week, and all of a sudden, all the points go to 0. That does help.
44. Michelle, you require 86. $54. Colin, you
Interesting
require
there. He's got to look over at the
120.
score with Colin McGarry with 1 dart. Now just double checking maybe his score. Looking for a real magic moment here from McGarry. Not to be. Van der Horst with a chance to lead this
60.
match
Michelle, you
2-1.
require 32. Game shot on the
That's a
third
lovely
leg.
final dart.
Michelle
Right in the
van der
middle of
Horst.
double 8 after shaving the wires on double 16.
He's averaging over 80 is Michelle, and
Fourth leg, it's
despite the
Michelle
fact
to
he's
throw
2 from
first.
15,
Game on.
I said no problems at all with his scoring. I think the belief has just been sucked out of Colin McGarry at the moment, and this won't help.
180.
Excellently shouted out by our referee, Charlie Costafine. Doing a fantastic job up there as usual.
59. $137.
Well, you sense if there's going to be a 9 dart this week, it's going to be from Van der Horst. That's another fantastic effort there. 184 after 6 darts. Feast or famine at the moment for these guys.
180.
Mark McGarry getting involved. Yeah, that's not been the most prolific on the 180s
58.
so far.
That's an area we'll need to improve on.
$27. Michelle, you require 126.
Doesn't need to start in the 19s, but does. Does he go for the bull?
101.
Martin Adams, I don't even look at what my opponent needs root.
100. Michelle, you require 25.
Double 12 for 3-1.
13.
I think he's
Colin,
the kind of player
require
that
135.
sort of catches you out because he doesn't do anything particularly brilliant early on, and then all of a sudden he starts to go on a bit of a blast.
53.
Well,
Michelle, you
if he
require
could finish
12.
Mares like he scores, he'd be dominating this group. Well, this is his Achilles heel. I have zero
9.
confidence every time he goes for a double.
Colin, you require 82.
And he agrees with me by applauding to me. Big 17 for 2-2.
62. Michelle, you require 3. No score. Colin, you require 20.
Van der Horst be thinking, how on earth is this 2-2? Big dart.
15.
Wow.
Oh,
Michelle, you require 3.
Van der Horst nearly ended up at 2-2 because he's
Game shot on the
2.
fourth leg.
Well, sorry,
Michelle Van
3.
der Horst.
from 24 on the doubles. He's had 24 darts at a double, twice as many as Colin McGarry.
Fifth leg, it's Colin
Incredible.
to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, there was a chance. It was going to be 2-2.
Bad as the doubles have been, the scoring has been exceptional.
140. Yeah. 60. $100. $93. $60.
Gary in total control here. But we know the scoring power of Van der Horst. Never out of a leg.
96. $135.
Best leg of the match for McGarry so far. However, we come to that stage where you've got to hit that double at
28.
the end.
Colin, you require
That's been
66.
really difficult. Just 8% for Colin McGarry so far. Well, it's double 8.
58.
1 from 14 now from McGarry. That's a sorry tale.
$100. Colin, you require 8. Game shot on the
Well,
fifth
didn't even
leg.
scare it with the
Colin
first two.
McGarry. Sixth leg, it's Michelle to throw first. Game on.
Most important 3 darts for Van der Horst coming now. So can he serve out for the match?
96.
Decent start. But the scoring power of this man will always keep him involved.
$60.
Advantage to the Dutchman. Remember, he would move to 12 points and He'll be satisfied going into day 3, the final day of Group A tomorrow.
57.
He's right in the mix.
$58.
That's the perfect dart. That first dart was stunning.
180.
So were the other two. There is that Max you were talking of, which gives him a chance.
140.
Always give you a run for the money of getting a maximum in a game, will Michelle? That
44.
That is frustrating after a stunning 180.
$100. Michelle, you require 124.
For the match. Got the bullseye for the match.
99.
Had a little look over
Colin,
to
you
McGarry. That
require
should be done
143.
before he throws a dart. That
Yeah.
didn't help the rhythm.
One of my pet hates that. You've got all that time at the back of the stage waiting for your opponent to finish.
60.
You should know what they're on.
Michelle,
You can see
require
it.
25.
He knows what he needs for the match. And
Game,
Michel van der
shots,
Horst, he
and the
does
match.
move on to
Michel
12
van der
points. He's been
Horst.
very competitive over 2 days. He'll be satisfied with that. He'll be delighted with a win over Colin McGarry. Once again, who's had a real up and down day. And it's all about the checkout ratio for both players. Scoring, no problem. Finishing, that's where the problem lies. But it's 2 points for the Dutchman. And he'll be delighted with the way his day's finished as we move on to the penultimate game of the day. It's Bram van Dijk against Neil Duff.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Michel van der Horst got Gary by 4 legs to 2 to round his day off with a victory. Next up for us, Neil Duff is looking to complete the card. If he gets the better of Bram van Dijk, then he would have won 5 from 5 on Tuesday here at the Super Series. Watch this one in commentary, Chris Mason and Glenn Durrant.
Thank you very much, Henry. And this is all about Neil Duff making it 5 from 5 and him having the perfect day. It was a near perfect day for Michel van der
First leg, it's
Horst
Bram to throw
yesterday.
first. Game on.
Another good day for him today, in fairness. Consolidated his position. But a real
100.
chance for Neil Duff to move on to 14 points. Potentially be the overnight leader.
100.
However, John Worsley will have the chance to change that if he gets a win over Matt Clark in our final game.
Yeah, that near perfect day for Michel yesterday. It was felt at the final hurdle. You'd have to make Neil Duff a big, big favourite, despite the
60.
fact that Bram's on the back of his best game so far today.
83.
Dutch affair, he won 4-0. It's been a while since he's been on that stage. Just the way the timetable works out to the players, he's probably itching to get straight back on after his win.
100.
I think Neil Duff will enjoy the pace of this game a lot more than his previous one. So, yep, agree with you, Mace. It's all about Neil Duff in this match for me. But we are beginning
140.
to see the best of Bram van Dijk.
$140. Bram, you require 38. $30. Neil, you require 101. $53. Bram, you require 8.
Well, I've seen enough of missed doubles today. So come on, young man.
4.
5
Neil,
missed
you
ones
require
here.
48.
Don't expect the same with Duff.
Game shot on the
Pins
first
the double
leg.
8.
Neil Duff.
One down. 3 to go for Neil Duff.
Second leg, it's Neil to throw first. Game on.
Found his rhythm.
100.
Good pace about Neil. That belief is there now. That petulance that I saw yesterday is gone. Could be moments away really from me.
99.
5 out of 5 / moving day Neil Duff. Like what I'm seeing there.
It's just a much
100.
nicer rhythm to his throw today. Is a lot more assurity at times. And like I said, maybe he
58.
came in yesterday a little cold. Not sure how much darts he would have been playing over the Christmas period.
I know there was
140.
a couple of big competitions you played in locally as well. I think Neil's someone who likes to be on the dartboard.
85. Neil, you require 161.
Spoilt rotten yesterday for big finishers.
83. $83. Neil,
Actually,
you
the
require
136 on
78.
Bram, which is the highest today. And Duff will start in the 18s. The double 12.
72. $58. Neil, you require 6.
Will he split?
No score.
Well, the
Bram, you
first leg,
require 118.
Bram absolutely dominated. Missed 5 darts at a double. And Neil pinged out.
94.
5
Neil,
darts
you
at a
require
double there
6.
for Neil Duff.
Game shot on the second leg.
Corrector gets that
Neil
second
Duff.
chance there. The wry smile there, but inside they'll be absolutely delighted. It's you want to win, you want to put the 100 averages
Third
in.
leg, it's Bram to throw
But
first.
if you
Game
said
on.
you're 5 out of 5 this morning, he'll say thank you very much.
Absolutely.
96. 125.
High
96.
70s to mid 80s seems to be the range for Bram. Pretty much what he told me on Monday morning where his game is at right now. He has got a 90 averaging, of course.
59.
He's pretty much in that range we thought he might be at. Will it be enough in Group C?
56.
Of course, he will have the 3 days of the experience of playing amongst this group. Will hold him in good stead.
100.
You would sense that someone like Colin McGarry would be feeling it after the 3 days on that hockey, whereas this young man can just probably play 12
57.
hours a day every day.
Just a little warm-up for him, this.
$139.
Almost the perfect setup.
$60.
He's
Neil,
been on
you
this
require
78 before in this match. He did it the treble 18 last time. Then it got a little messy. Will it be the same? Definitely not.
Game
Neil
shot
Duff
on the
leads,
third
3
leg.
legs to nil.
Neil Duff.
Yeah, nice 15 darter there from Neil. Much more assured performance.
Fourth leg, it's Neil to
As
throw
you can see with
first.
the live
Game on.
table, he is currently on top if he converts this lead into a win.
120.
However, the leg difference is massively in favour for John Worsley.
43.
By my reckoning, any win for Worsley against Clark, and he will replace Duff at the top.
Yeah, it just means the head-to-heads tomorrow will be
95.
really exciting and possibly pivotal in this competition, but it does set up a fantastic day tomorrow.
58.
But for McGarry, I think his fate is sealed. I think it's
140.
Matt Clark will be trying to chase down Van der Horst for possibly P3 to get into Group B.
93. Neil, you require 146.
Yeah, Group B is where you want to play it. However, it looks quite strong this week. Group C, despite the fact it's on the morning, looks like one where I think any of these players could qualify
100.
from.
60. Neil, you require
Well, this
46.
has been a one-sided affair.
$28. $82. Neil, you require
Miscount.
18. Game, shot,
The perfect
and the
day for
match.
Neil Duff.
Neil
5
Duff.
wins from 5. Job done. Ultimately, it's about big finishes and big scores, but Neil Duff will be chuffed to pieces with that. And for Bram van Dijk, he demonstrated some of his real qualities today, but it's just the one win for Bram. But for Neil Duff, he's put himself right in the mix. And he's saying to John Worsley, can you follow that? Well, he's up next. He plays Matt Clark, our final game of the day.
Why have we not invited? Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Matt Clark is in close pursuit now of Neil Duff, who has completed the card for the day, getting the better of Bram van Dijk by 4-0. 5 wins and 5 from the Duff man. He is on 14 points. As for Clark, he takes on John Worsley, who is also looking to get a win to keep himself in touch with the Duff man at the top of the table. It's a big game to round off our second day's action, and in commentary for final time, it's a very good afternoon to Glenn Dummett and Chris Mason.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yep, our final game of today's session. And as mentioned, things hotting
First
up
leg, it's Matt to throw
at
first.
the top
Game
end
on.
of the table. And chance for either Matt Clark to join Van der Horst and Worsley on 12, or of course the opportunity for Worsley to join Duff on 14 and top the table
85.
himself on leg difference.
Yeah, I think if I'm being greedy, a Matt Clark win here would make tomorrow just so exciting, so bunched up. But I think the best player
140.
has been John Worsley. I think he deserves to be top overnight. But yesterday, this game, I thought it was an absolute cracker. It was the first game of the Monday morning, 25-10, and I thought they put a fantastic show on. It was John Worsley who got over the line in that
140.
game, but both players definitely played their A- game in that.
Yeah, it was a nice little contest. And a bit of news from Q School at the moment. Alex Spellman is currently 4-0 up
81.
on Peter Jakes, averaging 115.61. Alan
45.
Sherritt currently 2-2 with Paul Redfern in the final 32. Old pal Mark Durbridge
140.
still going.
Andy Hamilton still going.
Yeah, 2-2 with Adam Paxton.
2 games away from qualification to Thursday.
$140. John, you require 140.
Another player we mentioned, Keith Rooney. He's into the last 16. My memory serves me right. That was a player that
60.
Bill Taylor said he was
Matt,
going to
you require
sponsor.
91.
Memory is right. So, Mark Clark on 91. There's the option starting on the bullseye. At least 41 points. So just double checking it's in. Go for the big 9. The double 16.
$59.
I think he's hit
John, you
that spot
require
every
80.
time he's with one dart in his hand and double 16, whereas they were going in yesterday. Worsley has to stay straight on his first. He does. I think he went with a double-double looking at that one. Because the sit flat doesn't need to move. What a
60.
fantastic angle that was, that camera
Matt, you
angle, just to
require
show why you
32.
didn't need to. You'd be frustrated with that.
Double 9 now.
Game shot on
Pins
the
it.
first leg. Matt Clark.
1-0. Hold of throw.
Second leg, it's John to throw first. $100.
And just watching Worsley seems to handle playing the slow plays very well.
96.
Yes.
He's a kind of guy, just looks at his darts, just check his flights are all correct.
Again, gives himself some distractions. It's always the advice I give young players, and especially
56.
on TV when you've got the bigger stages, wander over to your drinks table, sip of water, just occupy your time so you're not stood behind the player focusing on what they're doing. As you can see, he's not even looked up. He won't want to.
180.
Yeah, it does hurt. That's funny you say, because you'd only hear the 100 tone from Our referee, Charlie Costafine, and when it's a 180, it does hurt.
Here's a real Super Series special. Dan
58.
Reed against Colin Osborne.
Oh, Colin got through that last game against
did,
Adam
yeah.
Atkinson. Wow. He was getting beat 4-1.
Spellman is through, I can confirm.
Yeah, speaking of water on there, I mean, I never used to drink much water on there, and
Same.
I played Rob Cross once, and I think he had 4 bottles to my
85.
sip of the first bottle.
Well, I always try to explain it. Back in the old days of the BDO in the embassy when it was on BBC, you didn't have commercial breaks. So you could play a 7-setter up there
140.
without
Matt, you
a
require
comfort break. So
140.
I couldn't afford to drink water.
Yeah, 6 sets it was in the final of Lakeside. I couldn't have done that in the end. Not once I reached 50, that was it. Once the seal was broken. This is much, much better from Matt Clark. Just double checking. At 20.
120. John, you require 147.
Well, the Masters is on at the moment in the snooker. Boy, could he have done with that maximum there.
60. Matt, you require 20. Game show on the second leg. Matt Clark.
Doubles his lead. One-way traffic at the moment. That was a 13-darter. At the moment, Matt Clark is averaging
Third leg, it's Matt to throw
97.
first. Game on.
Well, Neil Duff doesn't have to stay in the venue once you've played your game. You do have the option of leaving the venue, but I think you'll have one eye on this because that
57.
2 points overnight is the difference between the head-to-head between him and Worsley tomorrow. So
It's one game he can essentially almost have in the bank.
but with Worsley, I mean, the in-play
66.
table, if this is what we could be going into tomorrow, if Matt Clark was to win this match, that's how interesting it would be. The perfect day for Duff means he's overnight top, but 3 players would be sat on 12 points. Don't miss that one tomorrow. Stay with us. Give us your thoughts. Give us a
96.
follow at MSS Darts. Love to chat anything that you want to chat about, but who wins tomorrow, you decide.
60. $100.
Alan Sherrock on the verge of making it into the round of 16. Currently 4-3 up on Paul Redfern.
133.
He's really quick player, Paul Redfern. Andy Hamilton averaging 100. He's a leg away from the final game to qualify for Thursday.
98.
Quite sure. Well, he's due here, isn't he?
I was just thinking that.
Well, that's where the rules are quite bizarre. Why on earth they just can't let a player,
45.
or why they
Matt, you
insist on
require
them having to
150.
play a game if they've got no intention of getting a card?
Isn't that typical? Or when you don't want one, you get one.
Yeah. Well, that is the risk. You play with freedom.
I've been doing some
57.
exhibition work with Andy Hamilton, and I tell you what, he's playing absolutely fine.
40. Matt, you require 93.
Well, Matt Clark is in total control of this match. He does like a bullseye start on these types of finishes. Just check what Worsley's on. And I think the fact that Worsley was on 157, I think good decision making here from Clark. Will the execution mirror that?
57.
And
John, you
confirm.
require
Alan Sherrock
157.
is through to the round of 16, so one more game to qualify for the final stages of Q School.
77 left.
89. Matt, you require 36.
You feel it's an unassailable lead if Matt Clark leads
Game
3-0.
on the third leg. Matt
That is
Clark.
the scenario for John Worsley. This would be some comeback from here.
Fourth leg, it's John to throw first.
When we talk about
Game
ups
on.
and downs of the days, that man in your picture, Matt Clark, there, at times he's been absolutely nowhere to be seen, and at times he looks as solid as ever.
41. $60. 100. 45. 140.
Well, Matt Clark's last 9 darts were winning dart at double 18, but scores of 60 and 45 just seems to rejuvenate John Worsley, who was deep in thought there.
100.
Get it on with another treble there, Matt Clark. Worsley, well, as I was about to say, in control of the lag.
81.
Still is.
When you see 296, 180 is what you're thinking. Boy, would he give for one right now. Thanks, Matt.
125. John, you require 139.
100 points left.
59.
For Matt Clark, you think 80 is a 50-50 shout for John Worsley.
Yep. They only get the one dart at a double. He may go. Tops. Did last time, didn't he?
27. John, you require 80.
You just think that's a safe 80.
Half-hearted was what I was about to say there.
60. Matt, you require 144.
This is for the match. Down to the 16s bed.
128.
There's an awful lot of pressure on
John, you
Wesley.
require
He seems a little
20.
bit fidgety, does John? It's not easy. Don't hit the 5, I would say to myself here.
15.
Because when you go for a 5, boy, do they dip.
Matt, you require 16.
Well, it's been an up and down day for Matt Clark, but he can finish on a real
shot,
high and does with a
Matt
big
Clark.
4-0 victory over John Worsley. Just the 2 wins for John Worsley today. That will disappoint him, but it's a fascinating Group A contest. And Matt Clark will want to come back with his best tomorrow. He was pretty dominant throughout, mid-80 average, nothing special. Really good on the outer ring, and that's, I've always said that today with Matt Clark. But it's been a day for Neil Duff. 5 out of 5. He sits pretty at the top. All to play for tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris Mason, alongside me. And for Matt Clark, crucial victory that at the end of the day.
Yeah, massive for him going into tomorrow. A very up and down day for a lot of the players, excluding Neil Duff, who just managed to grind out 5 from 5.
What do you think it was? Because it felt like it was cagey at times today.
Yeah, it seemed nervy, didn't it? There was definitely an edgy feel to it. I think after yesterday, everybody felt like they were in with a bit of a shout of making a move today, and most of them did make a bit of a move in different directions.
As for Neil Duff, as you say, 5 from 5, perfect day for him today, and we expected a reaction from him, and boy, did we get one.
Yeah, for me, it was him or Colin McGarry that was going to make a bit of a move today, but Colin McGarry, again, they're just not getting the rewards. He's getting himself in positions, missing a few too many doubles, which has been a bit of a theme. But you've got to remember, I suppose, this is, for a lot of them, their first matches back over the Christmas period. They'd have been, no doubt, watching the Worlds, and there's not too much competitive play. The leagues would have finished for the Christmas break. So yeah, they just tend to be a little bit rusty on the outside wire.
Well, let's have a look and see the full results then from today. These are the 15 matches that had come and gone. As far as John Worsley's concerned, he picked up 4 wins on day 1. It was a reversal today. Now, we were mentioning with Glenn up here yesterday that he hasn't been playing, or he was saying he hasn't played much competitive darts because of what's happening away from the hockey. Did that maybe catch up with him a little bit today?
Yeah, he was okay yesterday, but probably the expectations would have been a lot lower, and that sometimes allows you to play with a bit more freedom. Yeah, I can't quite pinpoint where it went wrong for him today, because during the scoring phases he looked okay at times, but I think everybody else around him played a little bit better and maybe punished him for any mistakes he made.
Well, we call Tuesday moving day for a reason. We can have a look at the table now, and this is as to why, because John Worsley and Michel van der Horst, well, they were the top 2, and now they find themselves 3rd and 4th respectively, because it's Neil Duff from Matt Clark, but there's 4 horses in this race going into tomorrow.
Yeah, I think this is all down to now who's going to battle it out for possibly that 3rd and final spot to get into Group B, which is always an advantage. 5 players in that field with the top 3 going through. But any one of those 4, I think on the evidence that we've seen, there's not much in them in between of point score, but there's a lot of difference in terms of averages and numbers. So I'll be crunching those tomorrow morning and having a bit more of an in-depth look at them.
And is it also difficult to pick apart because most players have actually had differentiating days from day 1 to day 2?
Yeah, they seem to be beating each other, don't they? And again, that's the fact that there's not too much difference between them in terms of finishing stats. There's a big difference in terms of scoring, though, and running averages. I mean, yesterday, 94 for the day for John Worsley, and he just couldn't continue that up today. If he would have done, I think he would have gone through the card quite comfortably today, 5 from 5, and been almost home and hosed.
Well, shall we do it again tomorrow?
We will.
Well, enjoy. Thank you, Chris, for your company today. We shall see you tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. on Sporty Stuff TV and on the Super Series YouTube channel to see the culmination and conclusion to Group A. But as far as Tuesday is concerned, well, it was a happy few hours for the Duff Man.